Chair, I'm ready.
All right. Well, welcome and good morning. Now we're going to move on to the preliminary budget hearing. That was to start at 9 a.m. and since we've already had an invocation and pledge of allegiance, we're going to waive that and go straight to roll call. Madam Clerk.
This is the preliminary budget hearing of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 23rd day of July, 2025. Excuse me, I have a frog in my throat. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrett, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and the Department of Management and Budget Director Tammy Wilson. Sorry.
All right, thank you. So Tammy, you are up next to discuss the proposed millage rates.
Okay. All right, so today we just threw a few interesting facts in our presentation. Citrus County does have the 12th lowest tax burden in the state of Florida, according to an article from the Citrus County Chronicle, 82nd nationally. We just talk about our core values, how important they are to our citizens: transparency, respect, stewardship, integrity, accountability, and innovation. We also pulled some interesting facts from the 2023 How Florida Counties Compare from the Tax Watch, and this is the latest and greatest was 2023, but we are one of the lowest 3 growing counties and in Florida as of 2023. We had one of the 25 lowest property tax millages, one of the 20 lowest general fund millages, and we are lower than 33 counties in tax to income. So these are some just facts we wanted to give you. All right, so here's our proposed at the March board workshop. The board asked for no millage change. And so we put those numbers in, and with the increased property value, this does increase our overall revenue in total for a general fund ad valorem to about 8.2. Of course, with the property values increasing, even though we keep the millage the same, that will increase our revenue. So is there any questions on this at this time?
Board?
Then we just wanted to give you some taxable value history, how it has increased the last 10 years. Our taxable values keep increasing. Any questions on this?
Yes. Do you have the slide that takes it back to 2008?
Yes, we do. You're almost there.
For those in the audience, I think this is an important slide. All too often we talk about, we see the trajectory of the upward trend of the taxable value, but I think if you go back and you look from the Great Recession, it tells a bigger story, and that's why I think this slide is important.
So on this slide, it shows that in 2008, to get back to that value, it took us till 2023. Between 2023 and 24 is when we finally hit those values again. So that's 15 years it took for us to get that back. And I think that's what Commissioner Bays wanted to show there. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. I think the first slide, when we saw that, it was showing from, 2015?
Correct.
So you're basically seeing the low and then the trajectory upward. But if you looked from 08 to 15, that indicates the downtrend that we had in those values from the peak of 08. Even though if you had a homesteaded property, we had a lot of foreclosures at that time, which reset the base of the tax base for those homes in the foreclosure on the sales. So then the 3% on Save Your Home, or if it's a non-homesteaded, it's a 10% cap. And that's what I think I really wanted you all to see here, is what that looked like from 08 to 15, and then from 15 back to where we are today. Thank you, Tammy.
You're welcome.
And I don't know if this is another slide that, I don't know if you're going to get into it, but maybe it's appropriate just because of that time frame also on the positions. Is that?
Yes, the positions, Barb. Yes, we have that too. Right. So she's going to put that up. In 2000, so the 7-8 budget, we peaked at 470 positions, and currently we're at 394. So that's a decrease of 76 positions. And even though our property values are back up to those values that they were in 7-8, we have not increased our workforce.
And based on population numbers, you can Google, you probably got 30,000 more population than you did back in that time frame.
Thank you.
And the ad valorem positions in here, as noted at the bottom, they do include the general fund, library, and transportation. And then, I don't know if you want to go to that next. This was another interesting one in 0809, to look at your residential property tax comparison. So that shows again, 0607 average home price was 168, and it took till 24-25 to get the average home price back up to 169. So quite the decline, and then, you know, increasing again, which those last two, that's 10 years difference, a little over 10 years difference between those last two. So don't think that that's like 1 year to 1 year. But again, it's just another way to show how the property values overall, but the residential property, individual average home.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So we'll get back to So we want to show you how, as each dollar that's paid for property tax, how much goes to the county, how much goes to the schools. And this is based on last year's because we don't have the set millages yet. But an average home in unincorporated is $1,963.73. If they're in the Crystal River, they pay an additional $789.96. And in Inverness, they paid an additional $918.23. And these are all based on last year because everyone's still voting on their millages for this year. So, which is what you're doing today. The schools will do it next week. And so this is just to kind of show how there's only a portion of this tax dollars that go to the county. Any questions on this? All right. All right. Our total budget, we have our ad valorem taxes, as you can see, is only a portion of our revenues. We have other taxes, then we have licenses and permits, you know, our intergovernmental revenue, the charges for service, which would be, you know, our utilities, the garbage, the solid waste, your fines, miscellaneous, and then other financing sources. So this just kind of shows the whole budget as a whole, how this ad valorem tax is only a portion of the monies that come in to run the county. And then just another view of how it's spent. So one view is the money coming in, and this is how we spend our money. And, you know, we have different impact fees, library services, or this is how. So are there any questions on this? Okay. Just, yes?
Commissioner Barrick?
when I went through this, and I looked at this and put my little notes, okay, are the impact fees for the library spent first before you start on anything else? In other words, what have we used the library impact fees for if we're collecting impact fees for the libraries?
So impact fees have to be used for growth, so we can't use it for day-to-day operations. So as I'm new, I will defer to Ms. Luckham on what they've been used for.
And currently, right now, they're used for debt service for the Floral City Library, the impact fees.
Okay, so they're allowed for debt services or growth?
Correct.
Well,
Because, you know, I see increases in budgets and things, and I'm wondering, we're collecting all these library impact fees, and are they being used?
Yes. And we have a limit. We have it, we have to spend it within 10 years
That's
of
correct.
receipt. Yes.
Yeah, I know we have a 10-year window to use it, and that's why I wanted to make sure what we actually are. But we're basically using for debt services rather than increasing or adding new library or new library wings on or whatever.
Correct. Right now, presently, yes.
How much debt service do we have?
It's about $70,000 a year. I think the debt is getting close to being maturing, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Could you find out when it's going to end?
Yes, I
Please?
can. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
To clarify, the debt service was for a new library, which was growth. We don't get to do
Thank you.
debt service for things that aren't growth with impact fees. Sorry, it just didn't sound like it. I wanted to make sure you were clear.
any other questions on this slide? All right, we'll go to the next one. All right, so these are our operating budgets and our reserves, showing the increase, of course, as prices go up and costs go up, our operating budget is going to increase. Any questions? These are just kind of nice graphical depictions for you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Back to numbers. Okay. Everything is going up. And I thought you just said we hadn't increased the number of employees significantly. But by not increasing the number of employees significantly, we really increased the number of dollars that we're paying them. Is that true?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so the new hires are actually coming in at much higher rates.
Yes, then the, I
Okay.
believe,
Thank you.
okay. Can I finish?
Yes, please.
Okay, the depiction we had before was from over 15 years ago, and minimum wage has been increased per law to $15, which many years ago it was $3, $4 an hour, so.
There was also a pay plan classification study done to try to keep us competitive with the market as well in the last few years.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on to that one. The next one. All right, so here's our expenditures by type. This shows that the pieces that we have to use our general fund for. The constitutionals are 40% of our general fund budget, and then our state mandates, a little over 20%. Debt service is a very small amount. The transfers, and then payroll is 10.9% of our general fund. And then we have reserves that we have to keep, and then our other operating and capital expenses. Any questions on this slide? Ms. Baird? No? Okay. All right. So of our constitutional officers, this shows us that our sheriff is 27% of that budget. He is the largest piece, keeping us all safe. And then you have your other things, your tax collector, property appraiser, elections, court, and the clerk, which we're going to get into their individual budgets here shortly. All right, we are responsible for levying taxes for all these constitutional offices, for funding the clerk, the elections, the court, property appraiser, and the sheriff's office. So we're going to start with the Clerk of Courts, and I'm going to ask Ms. Perry, is she here, to come forward?
Good morning, Commissioners. That's okay. No worries. So good morning. We'll jump right in. So our 26 budget did come in higher than what was requested of the board. It came in at a 5.2% increase. That would be our operating budget. That doesn't include the non-recurring that I'll get to in a minute. To explain the reason for the increase, with this, we have two positions that we're asking for. You can go, there you go. For two positions we're asking for. One position is due to a retirement. We have some long-term payroll clerks. One's retiring next year, one's retiring the year after. Some things in payroll only happen once a year. So we're asking for that position to be granted in 26. We do anticipate that position will be removed in 28 once both retirements have happened. So financial stats too. We haven't asked for a position in financial services since 2016. So that's been 10 years if you look at fiscal year 2026. We did get a position in 2022, but that was based on the EMS and fire moving over. Given the increase to fraud and all of the concerns, the expanded compliance measures that we're going through with banking, with investments, with our accounts payable, there's an increased workload to our financial services department. So that is the reason for the other position request. We also have in our operational budget, the county, I believe, is asking for a 2.5% cost of living increase. So we have asked for that in our budget for our finance and internal audit for those board-supported positions to fall in line with the county. And then we have our non-discretionary costs for our health insurance, dental, and the FRS increase that are all beyond our control. And that is what makes up, so between the two positions, our non-discretionary increases in the 2.5%, that is what makes up our 5.2% overall increase to our operational budget for 26. For the non-reoccurring request, the biggest portion of this request is for a new financial database. When we met back in April of 24, I let the commission know that our current financial software is going to end life in July of 2026 and they're going to stop supporting it. They're going to stop supporting it in July of 2026, and it is no longer going to be operational in January 27. So that put us on notice that we had to begin working to find a new financial software. We have selected what we believe is going to be the best vendor at the most reasonable cost, but it's going to adequately support the needs of the county. I know that DMB has been working with our finance department as well in doing some of these demos and having conversations with the vendors. I did ask about spending those payments over 3 years. The vendor does not have that as an option. They bill for implementation based on the percentage completed. Our estimated completion date, given the timeline of our current software, is going to be May 1st of 26. So that would mean that the whole it's $1,555,365 would have to be paid in 2026. Each vendor that we looked at has been going to subscription-based, so it increased some of our costs with that. And given the fact that we have had this software in our current financial software for, I believe it is going back to 2001, because it was not long after I started with the clerk's office that we switched to this software. we have not had a major increase. It has just been our annual maintenance, other than one small upgrade that we made to them in 2016. So I know this is a large ask, but it's necessary. And I'm going to have to, due to losing the support, I know you can't make any decisions today, but we need to execute that contract probably sooner rather than later, given the timeline of trying to get that implemented and live May 1st. So I just want to put that out there. I do think this software is going to create efficiencies through in the future. Obviously not at the onset as switching to a new software, but I know that there has been communications internally amongst our finance department and our HR department, also the board HR, with the potential of using this system instead of these one-offs that we have, like our on-base, our HRAS system, and so forth, our timekeeping system, using this as a one-stop shop, basically, which will also save taxpayer dollars in the future. And with that, if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
Board, any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll now move on to the Supervisor of Elections. The budget did increase some. They are asking for an additional position. I believe Ms. Baird is here to address any concerns you have.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to see you all today. So we're knee-high in elections right now. We've got an election called yesterday, so we are very busy prepping for our special election. Tomorrow at your budget meeting, you are also going to receive the special election budgets for the September 30th and December 9th election, just so you're prepared for that. And also, you'll have to appoint a canvassing member tomorrow, and that'll be on tomorrow's information. But do you have anything about our current budget today?
I mean, next week.
Oh, is it next week? Next week, that's right, on the 29th. Sorry about that. I'm moving forward here. Like, oh, no. Well, I just need you to know that immediately when this starts, we start spending money. And so yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock when we found out, we immediately started spending money for that election. So you know, but it's, you know, mailings and the things that we have to do to prep.
And it's not cheap.
No, it's not. Okay, do you have any questions today about my budget?
Board?
The only thing I can tell you about the budget is the legislative changes. And the legislative change, the big one, is in initiative petitions and the process. And every day, they actually stop the processing of them for 3 months so that our vendors can get caught up with the software. But every day, they're implementing something new with that and rising the cost on us. One of the bigger things that they did yesterday is stating that instead of having to just scan the original petition, we have to scan all the pages with it. So all that takes computer space, and so I am going to have to get some more space on computers to hold all this information. We do have to send it to the division, but now we're liable for keeping that on our servers, and they haven't given us a date when we can remove those. So that is just another thing that I have not budgeted for, but we'll have to work it out as they write the rule for this.
You know, I think you bring up an excellent point, considering that we have all this Doge going on. That's an expense that's created by the legislature that's being passed down. So if you can kind of keep track of those expenses that are implemented, that are out of our control, so that we can, I think we're going to be probably doing, you know, some information on Doge. So I think that would be a relevant issue to make sure that the administrator and Tammy's aware of those type of expenses.
Very much so, and we got it, we have a sheet going now, we have a spreadsheet, we have everything going to document every dime that we spend putting forth on these initiative petitions. And of course, this election will cost us a little over $700,000. So, and there's special elections going on. This election will include Citrus, Sumter, Hernando, and part of Pasco County.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Is that reimbursable or partly reimbursable from the state?
Yes, it says it's reimbursable, but Palm Beach County had an election in 2021, and in 2025, they paid her back $1 million for the $1.1 million she spent. There's some things that are not, they won't pay back for, they won't give you anything towards your voting equipment or anything like that, but, you know, all the normal expenses that we have during an election.
Didn't you say there was a long delay?
Yeah, that's a 4-year delay that they got. They had their election in 2021 and they got paid in 2025. So it's a little bit, yeah.
They've been mentored by FEMA.
So please don't hold your breath on getting that money back. But we have our expenses. We have to submit to you the budget. We have to submit it to the state, and the state will come back and tell us what they'll reimburse. And we have a tracking system for everything, every single thing we spent, and our warehouse is all set. Everything's ready to go, so all we have to do is slide over expenses. And we're going to ask that OMB make our a separate account, and we're going to do that to put this money in that for the special elections.
On the petition side, of those special petitions, are those reimbursable?
The initiative petitions, they're supposed to be, but I'm still waiting on the check from the 2024 petitions, and we haven't been paid for that either. Okay. And they're only reimbursable, they're reimbursable if they do an undue burden, and then I can go to the state for those. Now, does the folks who are doing the initiatives have to pay? Yes. And I could put that expense over to them. What I'm finding out now, and I can change it once a year now, the amount of money I'm paying right now, or charging right now, $3.51 per initiative petition. And that's about average throughout the state. And so as these other expenses come up, that price will increase. So that money will come directly back, but it comes back to your general fund.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
I have a quick question.
Commissioner Kennard.
The increase in operations, the budget request increase is $257,000, almost $258,000. Can you just explain briefly to those paying attention why such a significant increase?
Yes. In elections, we have either 1, 2, or 3 elections in a budget cycle. And I'm going into a 2-election budget cycle, causing the increase per election. And so, and do know that if I have money left over, I don't spend money. I don't do that. I put it in that reserve fund for us to be able to utilize, as we did this year for, we upgraded our voting equipment. It's in. Everything has been tested. We're ready to go for this special election for our voting equipment.
So your 2 elections that will happen during this budget cycle, you've got a primary election next year.
Right.
And you're not counting the special election in
No,
that,
I'm
correct?
not.
Right? Because that one's reimbursable.
Right. And most of the expenses for the general of 26 come out of this election.
Okay.
Okay, because ballots ordering and all those.
So while the general election doesn't necessarily occur until November, you've spent the money prior to the start of the 26-27 budget.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you, Mo.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Right, so next we have our court services, which include our circuit court, court mediation, guardian ad litem, public defender, and state attorney. They are funded through general fund and also through special revenue. The portion that is ad valorem is $629,381. The state attorney included a part-time position to review body-worn camera video, which Sheriff Vincent will talk about later in his presentation. And then the circuit court included a part-time position for support technology needs. I don't know if there's anybody here to address you or answer questions. I don't see anyone. Do you have any questions on this one?
Moving along.
Right, next we have the property appraiser. His budget is approved by the Department of Revenue, and it's proportionally funded by the taxing authority, with the exception of the municipalities and the district school board. So he does have a slight increase of $206,163. Do you have any questions on his? He is asking for one additional position in his budget.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Is he not here?
He's
Is
not,
Craig not here?
he's not here.
I mean, $206,000, one position.
It's also increase in salary and benefits for current people.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes.
Madam Chair, just a quick comment. I think we'd be remiss for not acknowledging that our property appraiser has done a very good job. Each year that we've addressed his budget, he has come very, very close to that guidance number. Certainly over a little bit this year. He's got an additional position, but thank you to Mr. Dalton for trying to help us get there.
And on that note, I would tell you, I have been told by other organizations that work with the property appraiser's office that they are outstanding, very responsive. The software program that they use is incredible to work with, and so I hear nothing but accolades all over the state about our property appraiser.
And we had to work hand in hand with the property appraiser. We have a great relationship with Mr. Dalton with the metro forecasting. And I told him how great the property appraiser was here in this county. I wasn't sure. I think he believed me, but now he really believes me with how good that relationship was. And because of the efforts of our property appraiser, we got amazing data with Metro. So I want to compliment the property appraiser as well.
Thank you.
All right, next we'll move on to our sheriff's office budget. This is always a good topic, and we did receive an updated position count, which will be reflected in the final budget. And I know that Sheriff Vincent is going to come up to answer all your questions that you have. One big note is that the SRO program is being moved into their general operations, with the school and the county funding each their own portion this year. So that is a difference. So,
Good morning, Madam
Good
Chair,
morning.
Commissioners. How's everybody?
Very good, thank
Good.
you.
Yeah, now the big piece of the pie gets to get talked about, right? So I just want to say what a pleasure it is, my first one here. So I'm not going to be as short as Mo, but I'll be a little bit longer than Miss Perry with my presentation, just to, for my first go around. I thought more information is sometimes better for that. So if we,
Numbers
I
bigger.
don't think I have a clicker, or do I have a clicker? I do have a clicker. So just some little quick tidbits about the Sheriff's Office. This is our 138th year. We have 246 sworn law enforcement officers, 146 of our non-sworn, which are support staff, and totaling 392 employees at the Sheriff's Office. So our executive team, just wanted to highlight, we put a lot of work into the last 7 months of really trying to fix some of the things that I felt needed to be addressed. And I couldn't do that without a great team. So our executive team is Major Bobby Lambert, Chief of Staff Calvin Adams, our Executive Director Dave DiCarlo, and Major Thomas Bosco. So one of my first goals was to realign the Sheriff's Office to where it made sense what a typical law enforcement agency should look like. You have two sides of the house typically. You have a law enforcement bureau that does all of our day-to-day law enforcement services, and then that is currently, like I said, headed by Major Bobby Lambert, and then you have 5 captain positions under that, which is your patrol, criminal investigations, judicial services, training and education, and special operations. And then you move over to the administrative support side of the house with Major Bosco, and you have our human resources, information technology, communications, which is new. We felt, or I should say I felt, that the communications section, our 911 center, was important enough to be led by a single director. So we have Mike Story, who's a longtime employee out there running communications now. And then one of the sections that we brought back was staff services, and that handles all of our employee distribution center, our fleet, and our facilities, and then, of course, our financial services director as well. So some of the goals for this budget year was to stabilize our budget and really get in there and look to say, hey, where could we cut some things and realign some of our positions without trying to add positions, and then maintaining our body-worn camera program that we implemented this year, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. I did include a staff increase of 3% to our staff. That's worked into this budget. We did increase our field training officers with the new recruiting plan that we have in place with our recruits coming out of the academy. We needed to increase our field training officers to get them the training that they need once they come out of the academy. So we've added a few field training officers. And we added the rank of corporal back into the patrol division. And this is really part of the plan, is increasing the supervision in the patrol division as we grow out there. But also one of my big projects is career development within every branch of the sheriff's office, and it helps with our career development and really trying to attract some of those senior, more tenured folks that might be in our criminal investigations division or other divisions back into the patrol division in a semi-supervisor role. So those were really some of our top goals when we created this budget this year. So talk about body-worn cameras. I know that was a hot topic and one of my priorities when taking office this year. We were able to find the money in the current budget that we needed to implement that program. And thanks to the hard work of our staff, we really did a deep dive into looking at other agencies and how they ran their body-worn camera, because there's a lot of lessons learned out there. When body-worn cameras first hit the market, a lot of agencies added staff because of the public records request. Those do increase once you start having video of all of your interactions with the public. People want to see that. But we took away a lot of good advice from some agencies that says, look, you're going to see a very sharp peak in the beginning because people, it's the shiny new toy. But that's going to drop off significantly. So we've seen agencies that added staff but then had to figure out what they were going to do with the staff when that workload dropped off. So I didn't want to do that. So we reallocated some positions within the sheriff's office and our records division and quality assurance to help us offset those requests. So we did not add any positions to manage our body-worn camera program. We did that funding within the current budget, and we also included the in-car video for our traffic and canine. It was amazing to me, and I've said it multiple times, that this agency did not have a single in-car video system in any of our patrol cars out there. And especially when it comes to our traffic guys, the DUI enforcement, your whole case is based upon those initial observations of a DUI when you're behind them, and we had no video evidence of that. So it was important for me to at least outfit our traffic and canine, which is 16 positions, with in-car video as well as their body-worn camera.
Sheriff, how long is that video retained?
It's very complicated. So it depends on the type of case that it is. So our general, if it's just a normal interaction and it's not tied to a specific crime, it's anywhere from 30 to 90 days. And don't quote me on that. But as different crimes, that we document, some are you can never get rid of. Some are 15 years. Some are 10 years. So there's quite a bit of video evidence that we have to store. And part of this plan is all of our storage is cloud-based because we could not handle that on-site. The size of that server would be enormous. So all of our storage is cloud-based with Axon.
So we are maintaining the video until maybe a case has been heard or...
Oh, absolutely. Even after most cases, like if it's a criminal case and it goes to trial, there's certain parameters that by law you have to keep evidence. So our video evidence is just like a physical piece of evidence that we'd have to keep in a case.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I just want to say thank you for not adding positions for something that's temporary. I really appreciate you looking out for the budget. And also just for the public to understand, it was so cool to go to your press event on body-worn cameras. One of the things that really impressed me most, and I think Commissioner Finnegan brought this up on a prior board meeting, was the fact of all the hours that your officers have to spend writing reports is now markedly shortened, which makes them more productive out on the street, because the body-worn camera actually does an AI-generated report based on the conversation, but then I believe they have to change it 20%.
10%.
10%, which means that you have to go through and read it word by word by word to make sure that it's accurate. The officer has to do that, or the deputy has to do that. So I thought that was brilliant. That's going to be a huge cost savings.
Sure, and I think, you know, when I initially
Or
looked at
efficiency,
this,
anyway.
yeah, when we looked at staffing, because we all have staffing issues, you know, and especially in our field, trying to get always keep pace with staffing, is if you can't hire enough people, you've got to make your people more efficient. So this technology, and as some of you saw, this is so much more than just a camera. You know, the report writing, the artificial intelligence that's built into that, it is the future of our business and our profession, technology. So efficiency is a big driving factor when, and not just this program, but a lot of the programs that we do. So, but the body-worn camera, I can't tell you the positive feedback. I hear it almost daily from the public, from our officers, about how much better the public feels about having that being recorded, so that it always shows the real story. But our officers too, the technology, they really embraced it and are trying to maximize it. So we're really happy with the program so far. Our new recruitment plan, and this is really a kudos to the board. When I came back earlier this year and we talked about the money that you had set aside for 10 positions and we turned that into 15, we had an applicant problem that we could not get people to apply. And what we found is that most people, if they had a desire to be a deputy sheriff, they could not quit their job, go to the police academy for 6 months, and then you know, try to support their families. So with the monies that you set aside, we turned that into a sponsorship program, and we went from almost no applicants to 86 applicants for the 15 positions that we advertised. And we asked the question in those interviews, if this sponsorship program didn't exist, could you have done this? And the unanimous was no, we could not have done this. So what that's done for us is it's given us a really great range of people. So we have some young people that are right out of college looking for a job, but then we have the people that have maybe been working in a career field for 10, 15, 20 years that always wanted to be a deputy sheriff but couldn't afford to quit their job to do that. So we're paying them to go to school when they get out, and I hope that that investment in them, you know, shows the long term, you know, that they stay with us and we aren't the training grounds and they go to an agency to make more money. So our recruitment plan is going really well. We just started advertising July 1st for the January 26 class. And in about 10 days, we had 41 applicants for the January class. So,
Commissioner Finnegan?
Just, can you remind me, is there any commitment for them? So we're paying to get them trained, they come work for you. I don't want them to be the training grounds, but I thought we had talked about they have to stay for X amount of time, or they reimburse them back. Is that?
Yeah, there's a time commitment, and if it's 2 or 3 years, I can't remember. I think I'm wanting to say it's 2 when it comes to that. So we do ask for a time commitment for that sponsorship.
That's great. And to Commissioner Davis's point, when I came back to the board meeting after your body-worn camera presentation, like I'm sure I didn't say enough, but I was so impressed. I still feel like your presentation, you're still trying to recruit me to be a deputy, but
Right.
with all the practice, so thank you.
Mhm.
But I do want to commend you, because to add that and the extra deputies and getting them trained, and I think your increase was like 5 point something. It's impressive. So thank you
I appreciate it.
for doing a good job, but having that care and concern for our taxpayers at the same time.
I appreciate that. So what are our significant impacts to this year's budget? You know, we're in a high risk category when it comes to FRS, and it seems like that just keeps getting to be a big number every year. So just with our healthcare increases, which I want to talk about in a few minutes, but our FRS and workers' comp, that increase was almost $850,000 for those three. And then our information technology, the software contracts that, you know, as technology gets better, it gets more expensive, it seems. But included in that is one of the new servers that you'll see in our debt service, which is $188,000 for the next 5 years to replace that server for communications. So almost $1 million for that one server over the next 5 years. And then our body-worn camera annual cost is around $498,000. And just to give you a rough number, for all of the things that go along with an officer, it's about $5,000 per officer per year for their body-worn camera and all the support that goes on, all the video storage and all of that. So about $498,000. That 3% salary increase for employees is about $850,000, and then again, adding those 15 additional deputies from our 24-25 contributes to that
Sheriff,
increase.
I just have one question. With all the technology, and we talk about everything in the cloud, but we have a server now?
Yeah, so for us, with managing criminal justice information systems, there's certain things that we have to do when it comes to our communications and security that you cannot do off-site, and that server is a big part of that. And I'm not an IT guy, but I asked my IT guy yesterday, so just give me a 10,000-foot level view. He goes, this is the brains of what all of the things that we communicate with. So I go, okay, that's good enough for me. So we don't want to take the brain away. So we've got to have that. So those are our significant impacts to the budget. And our budget summary is that 5.41%. And I do think it's important that really the 5 big categories to our budget. When people look at our budget, it's not just law enforcement. We have our judicial services, which is just a little over $4 million to provide all of the bailiffs and our court security and our duty office at the jail. Our school resource officers, we contribute just over $1.5 million to that. Our animal control officers, $767,000 currently, and emergency management at $242,000. That all contribute to that 5.41%. And that graph there shows you that 80% of our budget is salary. We've got a small percentage to our debt, and then our operating expense is 17%, and our capital outlay is 2%. So any questions before I move on the 5.41?
Commissioner Barrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you just went over different things, and I had some questions, because now I've got numbers in front of me. All right, the SROs.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that your budget is a certain amount. Well, in here, it says that the SROs are gonna be paid to the BOCC for $1,659,312. So your amount plus the 1 million, or is the Board of County Commissioners doing the whole million? Because I had a question about that. I thought the SROs were provided by you, not the Board of County Commissioners.
No, so in previous years, what had happened is the Board of County Commissioners had a separate line item for public safety that was an amount contributed to the SRO program. The SRO program costs just over, or in the ballpark of about $3 million for the 23 deputies that we supply to the school. The 1.5 in our budget that you see here is our half of that contribution. The other half comes from the school district. So the 1.5 is what we're splitting the cost of the SRO program with the school district.
Well, then I don't understand, because in my budget book, it says on page 504, $1,659,312 for SROs that we're paying from Board of County Commissioners. And you're not paying anything? Or is that in addition to what you're paying? In other words, the board is gonna give you money to pay them, and then we're also gonna pay them.
No.
Okay.
No, that's, you're putting that money into the budget for I think it's 51% of the SRO program that we fund with the school district. So you're putting that in, and that's our portion. We're not asking for another 1.6 from you. I'm not sure where that number came from.
Page 504 in my book.
I don't have the 750 pages.
I mean, I tried to do this the best way possible, under public safety, school resource officer program, and it says 1.659312 is the projected 24-25 amount. Okay, so my question was, are we paying double, or are we giving you money and you're paying the whole thing?
So
Commissioner Barrick, in our budget book, is his entire budget, is the clerk's budget, so everything in here it's not double. Whatever he's showing you is what's in this big book. It's not doubled.
The 1.6 is this current year's budget that we're in now, which the way it was set up before Sheriff Vincent came in was that the county paid directly to the schools for the SRO program.
Okay.
We're changing that, and I can attest to that because I came from the schools, where the county's going to pay the sheriff directly, the school will pay their portion directly. So it's coming out of, it's in our public safety budget in 24-25, and in 25-26, it's moving to the sheriff's budget.
Well, that's what I wanted to know, because
Okay.
first time looking through this with the midget print that you put it on.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm saying, I thought it was from the sheriff, because then I also have animal control on page 148 and 151. Because I thought animal control was under you, is that this, I mean, that comes to $212,484, the two items that I was looking at. And I thought the sheriff did the animal control, and yet I'm seeing animal control in here. Is that the same situation, that he's in charge of animal control, but we still
Yes.
have it in our budget?
Yes,
That's correct.
yes.
Okay, but from now on, it's not gonna be in our budget because it's in his budget.
We just listed over in the animal services budget, but it goes directly to him. So that way, if anybody wanted to know how much does it cost for animal control, we have it all grouped together. But this money goes directly to him. It's not double budgeted.
Okay,
So-
but is that money included in his ask, or is that above and beyond his ask? That's what's confusing to me.
So like we have budgeted $46 million. Just a piece is over here and a piece is over here. He's not getting it on top. 46 plus the 700,000 plus the 1.5. He's only getting the 46 million. It's just
Okay.
how we're reporting it.
Well,
in
that's
different-
that's
yeah.
what's confusing, because you're reporting in this one that we're paying so much, and yet you're actually gonna, it's in his budget. So in his budget, he's asking for 46 million. So under animal control, he shouldn't have those numbers in his budget.
We don't have that in the general fund. We don't have the animal control in his general fund budget. We just have it split into like the 5 different pots. So it's not that if you add them all together, it'll equal the 46.
Okay.
So it's not.
Well, like I said, as I'm looking through these things and I'm seeing the sheriff's budget is here, and I got a really nice book that gives me all the directions. Then I got this other book, and it's saying animal control, it's saying this, it's saying that. And I'm thinking, these are supposed to be under the sheriff's budget.
Yeah, and I can see where that would be confusing, because it's almost like a contracted service. You know, it's in our budget, but we're agreeing to run that service for the Board of County Commissioners. So I could see where your confusion was with that. I will have to, I really want to give kudos to Ms. Wilson, because in her previous role at the school district, and when Aaron was here with OMB, we really worked to try to fix the school resource officer debacle, which I thought it was a debacle. We were giving money here to pay this person, where I think we're much more efficient in the process now, and a lot of that goes to our finance director, Tracy Seffern, Tammy Wilson, and Aaron, who was here previously, to try to fix that. So
I appreciate
but I
that. Thank you
appreciate
for
that.
the information.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions on the 5.41 before I go into a couple other items? No? So the next things I want to talk about that for discussion is the additional things outside of the normal budget proposal, and that's the additional deputies and a brief discussion about animal control. So just, I think that you've all heard from me, we all understand where that growth is happening in our county, and I loved some of the metro forecasting stuff because I just stole it off of their presentation. But we all know that the big part of our growth is up in District 3, Commission District 3, and then some of those portions of District 1 and District 5 encompass what we envision the Central Ridge District to look like. If you can see on that map there, it stretches, encompasses really Citrus Hills over to Croft Avenue up to Hernando, and then around the outside of the west side of Pine Ridge up to Citrus Avenue and directly north. That's what we really envision Central Ridge District to look like when we get to the point where we can separate and add that third district to our community. But I don't want to get into a big growth discussion because I think you guys have a good handle on that. So what concerns me as the law enforcement lead in the county is I look at the next 10 years, and that's the numbers that I really want to focus on to make sure that we're preparing our agency. And they're projecting just under a 30,000 population increase in the next 10 years. So how are we growing as a sheriff's office? So if you look at the data across the state, the Sheriff's Association does a really good job of looking at that. So your typical or average sheriff's office is staffing at 1.65 deputies per 1,000 people. Currently, with our 246, we're staffing at 1.46 per 1,000. If we were to add 20, if we're lucky enough to get the COPS grant and we can afford to do that, we'll be getting closer to that number at 1.58 per thousand, and that's just current rates. So I think that we're on the right track to try to keep pace with that. And I hate using just a per capita model because there's a lot of things that influence communities. You know, crime rates are different in different areas. So I think when we talk about what we actually need for the next 5 years, we'll be in a really good position. But to give you an idea about our workload, we handle about almost 208,000 calls a year, so that's almost 568 calls for service daily on the law enforcement side. And out of those 568, about 213 are classified as emergencies. So our men and women are out there doing a great job, and they're handling a lot of calls for service. So the staffing for the Central Ridge District, the estimation that we came up with is 35 positions to get us to open that third district. We're already 15 into that with the sponsored positions that you provided this year, so there's 20 to go. The big question is what can we afford this year? If we do get the COPS grant, we did apply for 20 positions there. And then the discussion, if we don't get the COPS grant, what is it that we can afford? This will increase our daily patrol deputies. We currently run 18 deputies per 12-hour shift. And with adding a Central Ridge District, that'll push that up to 24 call answering deputies per shift. So let's look at the numbers. So staffing without the COPS grant, the two options that I gave you that I thought should be up for consideration is 15 and 10. You can see the year one cost of 15 deputies is just over $2.6 million. A little over $1 million is impact fee eligible. That leaves you about 1.6 in the general fund that you would have to fund. And then the year two cost moving forward is just over $2 million for 15 deputies. For 10 deputies, it's 1.7 million, about 672,000 is impact fee, and just over $1 million in general fund. And then your year two cost is 1.3 million on 10 deputies, and that's again without the COPS grant. So the positive is if we are successful with the COPS grant, I'm going to give you three projections: 20, 15, and 10 deputies. So 20 deputies, your 25-26 cost is about $3.4 million, about 1.345 is impact fee, and then 2.1 would come out of the general fund. So with a grant allocation, if we accepted all 20 positions, and how this works is that you can only really spend the reimbursement on salary, so we would break the salary up equally over the 3 years that it's eligible for those positions. So that comes up to $833,333.40 annually that we could apply for the next 3 years, which would reduce our general fund ask to $1.3 million for 20 positions. And then you can see the next years coming down. Year two would be 2.7, but with a grant allocation, it's down to 1.9. And then the third year's 2.9, grant allocation leaves you just over 2 million. And then the big number is what we would have to be ready for is in year four, that's when you incur 100% of those costs. So in the 28-29 budget, it would increase our general fund about $3 million for 20 additional deputies. The same formulas go down into the 15 deputies. It just reduces that grant allocation a little bit just because of the numbers. You're 5 positions less, but it has those numbers for you. And then in year four of that model, we'd have to be prepared for about $2.3 million additional in the 28-29 budget. And then for 10 deputies, if we did that in year four, we'd be looking at just over 1.5 million additional in the general fund in the 28-29 budget. So I just wanted to give you those 3 examples because I know that's going to be a discussion about what it is we can actually afford to do and working together to come up with a solution for that outside of our normal grant or our normal budget request. So before I get to animal control, is there any questions on that with staffing?
Commissioner Kennard.
Sheriff, thank you for all the detail. Can you go back just a couple slides where you showed what the state average is per capita? Mm-hmm. And if we get to the 20 deputies, then that gets us closer to the 1.58 or gets us closer to the 1.65, correct?
It does.
And as far as filling those 20 positions, is that something that you feel like you could fill it in a year? Or is this, I hate to say pie in the sky stuff, but if we can only produce 10 or 15,
Right.
fill 10 or 15 new positions in a year, then maybe that's a discussion that the board needs to be having.
Yeah, a year ago, I would have said no. But with the new plan we have in the recruitment model with the sponsorship program, and I can't remember, Commissioner, if you had said that out for just a second, but that has been a game changer for our agency when it comes to applications. We just advertised that July 1st that we are wanting to sponsor more people in the January 26 class. Within 10 days, we had 41 applicants for that. So I don't have any reservations about filling 20 spots at the January 2026 class because we're only 2 weeks into it and we're pushing 50 applications for the maximum of what I would see as 20 spots in that academy. So we have essentially fixed our applicant pool problem that we had prior to sponsorship. People just could not quit their job and go to school, and we fixed that for them. So,
Commissioner Davis?
I'm glad, Commissioner, I wanted this slide as well to make sure this didn't answer my question, but it didn't. So with our current staffing levels and adding 20, et cetera, but going out 5 years or 10 years, what do you believe, based on Metro forecasting, you're going to need on basically an average annual basis in terms of additional sworn officers and support staff?
Yeah, so if you look at this, if nothing changes in the forecasting model, nothing crazy happens to our population increase, and we're expecting what we think we're going to expect.
If what Metro says happens.
I would think the next big discussion about staffing would happen 5 years from now. So that 2030 is going to be the next big discussion about are we keeping pace with the growth. And so when we do this, and you have to remember too, when we're gonna if we sponsor people in January, it takes about 10 months for them to be an actual working person. So you're not gonna see the people that we put into that just started school 2 weeks ago are not really gonna be effective deputies till about March of 2026. Because that time they get out of school in December, we put them through about 4 months of training. We're pushing March, April, depending on the pace of their training. So it's a good 10 months from start to finish before someone's actually working on their own out in law enforcement. So it's not your typical hiring process where, hey, we train you for a couple weeks and off on your own. So
this would be a good thing,
so it's
considering that you're
long-term-
carrying a weapon.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You're taking people's civil rights. We want you to be well trained, right? So it's a long process for training and getting people up to speed. So when we put these people on, you look at it as almost a year at a time. So if we can get to that 35 in an additional district, I really think we're going to be in a good position for the next 5 years when it comes to patrol staffing and the calls for service response.
Are you counting the 15 that we've already agreed to?
That includes the 15. So we need
Okay,
20 more.
so you need 20
more
more
bodies to
And
get
then
to
you're
that
probably
district.
done until 2030 on
I'd
personnel?
be pretty comfortable in saying we're unless something crazy happens, we that should be a really good model for us moving forward.
Sure.
Commissioner Finnegan?
So if we said yes, 20 deputies, you're going to find out about the COPS grant September-ish?
We should know by September 30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the money really wouldn't need to be in this budget, or maybe just the impact fees, because if you start them in January and then you train them, that by the time they're done, it's the next budget, right?
So the numbers that I just presented to you include all of that. So we did not, so the first 6 months, it's a reduced salary, it's a reduced benefits package. All of that is in that first year number, which impacts this year's budget.
Could you put that number back up?
Sure.
So let's think you're going to get 20. So we would need in the general fund to decide now to put away at least the 1.3 for in that, just in case you get the COPS grant. Is that correct?
If we went with 20, so you have that in every option. So the 20 deputies is 1.3, 15 deputies is 978, and then your 10 deputies was 652.
So if we put away the 1.3 for you, and for some reason you didn't get the COPS grant, or maybe a portion of that, well, let's just say 0.
Okay.
What we still have that money. How many does that cover for you?
So if you look at the slide without COPS grant, it will show you that. So the year one costs, if you did 15 deputies, about 1.6. So if you put 1.3, you're about 300,000 short. For 10 deputies, it's just over $1 million. So if you did put away 1.3 and we did not get the COPS grant, that 1.3 would cover at least 10 deputies.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay.
Commissioner Barrick?
I got a question. Okay. The 1.3 million that we're talking about, okay, or the 1.6 million, that's okay, you've got your regular budget at the 5.4.
Yes, ma'am.
This would be in addition to that, or this is included
No,
in that?
this is an additional
Okay,
request.
so we're looking at approximately, say, a 4% increase, a 4% increase, a 4%, plus whatever it's gonna cost for those 20 deputies on a yearly basis, correct?
Yes, ma'am, yeah.
Okay.
And it's kind of what the
That's
board
what-
did last year. They set the monies aside for outside of the normal budget, and then we
Well, that's
moved
how I
forward
wanted
with
to
that.
make sure, because then you're not, like, you're looking at a 5.4 for this year if you get it,
Yes,
plus the 1.3.
yes,
Okay, and then next year would be the 5.4 plus the 2. Well, it's 1.9, okay? Depending on how many deputies. So it's actually not a 5.4 increase for your department, because every year we're gonna have to come up with anywhere between 1.5 and $2 million on addition to his budget, because that's a separate pot of money.
it is. If you look at that, and I don't have the exact percentages this year, Ms. Barrett, from last year, but the increase last year plus the money that you gave me in January, I forget what that total was, but you're right, it's adding on top of that.
Okay, yeah, because I do agree, we did agree to go after the COPS grant.
Right,
As a uniform body up here, we agreed, let's go after the COPS grant, which we felt was a good move. But I want everybody to make sure that we're on the same page. It's the percentage for right now plus the COPS grant.
Sure.
The percentage plus the COPS, okay.
yeah, because obviously that's going to be compounding every year.
Okay.
If whatever the number is we add in positions, that's just going to be on top of our positions next year.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can I just stop you for a
Sure.
second? It's really for Ms. Wilson. Obviously, if we decide on the 1.3, we don't want to put it in his budget because we can't show that we're funding them, correct? So would we just be able to put that in reserves? And then I assume that you would come back at some point and then ask us, and then we would vote to make an amendment to your
Just
budget?
like we did this year.
Okay, yeah.
He's accurate. Go in reserves.
Any other questions on that? All right, well, just a couple more things. I know I'm taking a lot of time. I'm sorry, I appreciate your time. So the other thing that I know I've talked to you individually about is our animal control unit. That budget's currently about $767,000. Our current staffing is 1 supervisor and 6 animal control officers. What's important about that number is we took over animal control services in 2009 with 6 officers. We have only grown 1 supervisor position out of that in the last, 16 years for that. And the call amounts that we're seeing with animal control is significant. So I think it's, whether we can do that now, I just want to make sure that it's on your radar because it is a little costly that first year. But we're averaging almost 12,000 calls annually, about 205 animal cruelty investigations, which typically are very lengthy, and about 520 dog bite calls annually with that staff. So some of the things coming up for animal control, my commitment to that unit is cruelty investigations not only tax the animal control unit, but it also taxes our patrol division because animal control officers cannot do criminal enforcement. So every animal cruelty case pulls a patrol deputy to do the criminal side of that. So we have an animal control officer that's been through the academy. He's in training right now in field training. And he is going to be what we're going to consider an agricultural deputy. So he'll still have animal control duties, but he'll also be a liaison to our agricultural community. But he will be sworn. So all of the cruelty investigations, rather than pulling a patrol deputy off of a squad and not answering calls for service, will be deferred to our ag deputy to do the animal cruelty investigations. And, again, we're averaging about 205 of those annually. The other part of this is funding new positions. Ideally, adding 2 positions, and I'll go back just a little bit. When we took over animal control in 2009, the services were 6 officers, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. We currently run 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with 6 officers. So ideally, we split those 6 into 3 and 3. So you have 3 working an alpha shift, 3 working a bravo shift. We would like to see adding a single position at some point to each of those shifts, so a net total of 2. But when we look at the cost of that, what I'll explain to you is the cost of that vehicle is significant because of the box and the air conditioning system on that. That vehicle is almost, it's pushing $100,000 when you do that. We did just see a little bit of a reduction. I think the newest number that might have just come across my desk is closer to $91,000 for a new truck for animal control. But that's a big part if you were to looking at year one, because a year one cost to add an animal control is about $200,000 with salary and vehicle. So when you look at our fleet, and I know Commissioner Barrick, you had asked about fleet and trucks because that was such a significant cost. This is what our current fleet in animal control looks like. You see we have 1 spare vehicle that has 162,000 miles on it. So if we added a position and tried to use our spare, that leaves us without a spare. If any of these trucks go down, then that officer does not have a vehicle to respond in. So we're in a kind of a tough position right now with not, if we didn't have a spare vehicle, that would be problematic for us. So we're trying to age these vehicles out. One thing that we did do is switch to an aluminum box for the animals. We used to only have fiberglass. Fiberglass after 7 years was you couldn't reuse. We're going to be able to reuse the boxes on these, so it's going to save us about $40,000 a vehicle by just moving the box and only having to buy the truck chassis. So, but just wanted you to see, and what we've been budgeting for is 1 replacement vehicle a year. So about every 7 years, we get a replacement to those officers in cars.
Sheriff, and this may go back to, can that vehicle come out of impact fees?
We'd have to be adding to the fleet. We might be able.
So,
yeah, it's not law enforcement.
So we asked
I
that
know
question
law
and we were told
enforcement.
that it couldn't come out of impact fees, the vehicle.
But if it's going to be, if they're adding a sworn law enforcement officer.
Yeah, possibly. We could look into that for you.
Mm-hmm. So some challenges there, but we really need to look at that moving forward and what we can afford as a county, whether that's 1 position and try to get to that 2 in the following year. We really need to think about that. And I just wanted to put that on your radar. Any more questions about animal control? Some of our upcoming challenges, healthcare, and I know a lot of you sitting here understand the healthcare challenges from agencies. But I will tell you, even working at the sheriff's office for as long as I did not understand until I became sheriff the challenges with funding healthcare and the way that previous sheriffs have been handling that. So currently, we're underfunding our healthcare by almost about $812,000 in this year's budget, and that's with increasing our employer contribution $52 this year. So the big question you're probably thinking is, well, how are you funding healthcare if you're operating in the red like that? So the previous practice has been salary vacant positions, any money that we can sweep, that is vacant in positions or we save money here, has been helping fund our reserves, which funds our underfunded healthcare. So in my mind, it's a terrible plan because my goal is to have an agency that's healthy and 100% of my positions filled. If I do that, I am got to figure out where I'm going to fund the rest of my health care from because some of the vacant position money is being used for that to help with our reserves. Obviously, we can pull from our reserves. Our reserves are pretty healthy, in my opinion. We have about after this year, about $5.5 million, but that's not going to last very long if we're pulling almost $1 million a year to help with the underfunding. So that's one of our big challenges with the health care. One of the things that we're facing is the competitiveness of our healthcare. Our current family plan is about $840 for a family plan. Hernando County Sheriff's Office family plan is $70 a month for their healthcare plan. So we've lost some employees going to Hernando because they can't afford the health care for their family here at our sheriff's office. So this is not a one-year fix. I will tell you that I felt that this was such a crisis that I did not intend to address this topic until next year. But I told staff we have got to do something, and we went out and looked for a new broker this year already in the first 6 months. And we are changing brokers. We're switching from Florida Sheriff's Employee Benefit Trust to FFIB as our healthcare broker in order to try to start combating some of these costs and doing a better job of managing our healthcare plan at the Sheriff's Office to really reduce our employees' costs. So this is the one big glaring problem that I feel is in crisis mode right now. We've got to start the fix. And I've got to compliment our team. I've thrown a lot on them in 6 months, and to add healthcare on top of it, they've done a lot of work. Our Human Resources Department and Financial Services, it's a heavy lift to switch insurance brokers, but we're getting that done this year. So, go ahead.
Commissioner Fenn and Commissioner Davis.
Excuse me, Sheriff. I don't know the history. We have an excellent clinic for our county. Have we ever looked into, the general fund's paying for everything, about, I don't know about capacity, but sharing the clinic? Would that be a cost savings that we could help each other out?
And Ms. Wilson's probably very familiar. So we share our clinic with the school board. So we partner with the school board on that. And I think there might have been discussions with the county in years past. One thing that I've always said is if there's a better way that we all could combine, because I'm not the healthcare genius, but I know that healthcare is numbers. The more numbers you put in there, but it also depends on your population. I have a very young workforce that doesn't have a lot of ailments. School district has almost 3,000 employees with a lot of ailments. So it might not benefit me. It might benefit the school district with claims, but we've got to look at that as independent organizations. Is that the right move for each of us? But
Your insurance isn't with the school board, right? Just the clinic?
just the clinic part.
And have we ever looked at our insurance with their insurance, putting it
Yeah, I think the
together?
sheriff and I have got some background in this. Actually, I was executive director over the insurance committee when I was in Seminole County and had this discussion with the sheriff there, and the sheriff said, no, I don't want on your plan because they have a younger demographic. And I always describe it with the insurance business. It's like if you have, not that you have it, if you have like 3 wrecks and you've wrecked cars 3 times, I haven't wrecked any cars, and I say, hey, why don't you pool us together? All of a sudden, my rates go up, yours don't. So it's challenging on that part. I think the clinic has a great opportunity. We've talked about that, being the sheriff office of one of the cities, Inverness. We're going to look at that and look at our contracts. If there's a way to do that, I think there's an opportunity. I've done that other places where I actually had all the cities and the sheriff and the county all working together with the clinic. Insurance is always challenging, just what the sheriff said, but also we're facing that too for competitiveness. And I always say in Florida, because the retirement programs are good, nobody leaves, so the demographic continues to get older, and that's always a challenge with prescriptions. I mean, all those things are catastrophic events that continue to rise up. I did a deeper dive even on that, and in the last 10 years, we've doubled the cost of our insurance here because of some of these claims and things like that. So, but we're watching that closely. We actually put ours back out to bid, and we had no one because again, because the claims are so high, no one will take you. It's just like if you have, like I said, if you're in the car, you had all these wrecks, no one's interested in insuring you because of that. But we're going to work together close with the sheriff and both cities. I'd love to have them come on the team, and we have some opportunities. I think with the VA clinic leaving, we're going to have an opportunity there. Maybe there's some space or things, but we got to look at all the contracts and get that together. But that's going to happen, I hope, in the next couple of months. At least get the conversation going and get a path forward.
Like the sheriff, I always thought that too. The bigger the number, the better the rates.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think our biggest opportunity is the healthcare clinic. We're going to do a better job this year of educating our employees because I don't think our employees have good information about, hey, we're a self-insured organization. That means everybody's paying. Make sure we're educating them, make sure they're making good choices about where they choose to do their health care at, and just don't go to the emergency room for something that our clinic could handle because it saves us all money at the end of the day. So we're going to do a better job this year on educating our employees, but I think the one opportunity that we could all look at collectively is those clinics and the services we provide there. So,
Commissioner Davis?
I was going to bring up the clinics as well, but I had one other question on that, or one other statement. You said that that would maybe not necessarily help your budget, but the school budget is a totally separate budget that is set by the state, right?
yes.
Okay, your budget comes out of our budget, so we're all in this together to try to save taxpayer money. So
Absolutely.
even though your numbers are hurt, ours are helped, and it all comes back out in the wash, to my
Right.
mind. My other question was about your reserves. Do the math for me. What percentage are you running, and what is the, like for us, we're told 17% is sort of the standard to run for reserves because we have to be ready for hurricanes.
And Tracy might be able to correct me, but in the healthcare reserve, you've got to have at least 2 years of reserves, and they estimate our 2 years to be at a value of around $2 million. Is that around? Yeah. So they said at the bare minimum, you should have at least 2 million, and we're at about 5.5 million in our reserves right now.
But are those just healthcare reserves
Just
versus
healthcare.
other reserves?
That's just healthcare. Mhm.
Thank you for the clarification.
So I have a couple of questions. I've always looked at the clinics, and I don't, if that's the choice, but if someone, do we actually maximize, and I think that's what you're going to, and this is a conversation not only for you, but for us, is there a difference in the deductible that if they choose to go somewhere else, then their deductible is higher versus using the clinic?
Well, I think the answer to that is.
Well, that's my point, but I
is
mean,
no.
if you're making bad choices, is there a cost to you by if going outside of the clinic, that you have a different?
Well, it comes down to your copays. Like if you want
Right.
to go outside, you go to our clinics and it doesn't cost you anything. If you're going to your own provider, you're contributing to your deductibles and a copay if that's part of your healthcare plan. So there is a cost to you going outside of the healthcare clinic. And really what we looked at this year is our employee only has always been zero. And of course, if you're an employee that pays nothing for healthcare, you're going to pick the high plan, which is the best, lowest out of your pocket. One of the things that we're looking at doing this year is creating 2 plans to where if it's the low plan, that the employee is still free, but if you want the richer healthcare plan, everyone's going to contribute to that plan, even if it's a single employee. So some things that we're really working on and trying to roll out, but really trying to guide our employees to make good decisions about their health care, because it does affect all of us, and really trying to educate them about the services that our clinics can provide.
I know this is going to get into a bigger discussion later, but when I look at the cost of healthcare for just our county employees, it's significant over 10 years. I mean, it's like tripled. And this has always been a little bit of and again, I think it goes back to the point what my 2 commissioners to my right, it doesn't matter what constitutional officer it is. If you have a younger demographic, probably healthier. I think maybe the tax collector at one point, I think that's the same one that's out of our healthcare benefits because they have older, unhealthier. But the taxpayer still pays the bill at the end of the day. I mean, it's coming out of their pocket. Right. So if we can average that out, does that make more sense than having all these different pools? And there's efficiencies in numbers. My other concern is that we have these healthcare clinics. What are the hours of the healthcare clinic? At one time I was told it's only 4 days a week and they have limited hours.
No, ours is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. I think there might actually take up to 6 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. But it's Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to just throw this out there because I know that we have the FQHC, which is Langley. One of the, and this goes back to serving our community because they're set up to be able to get funds, but what lacks in that is private pay. And I look at that, and is there an opportunity to work with them as opposed to having an outside company that comes in on these clinics and providing that? If we could arrange to have the same type services through them, so that it becomes a better process and we have more available healthcare to our community because they are the FQHC, but could we work with them to see if we could eliminate maybe the independent health, the independent clinics and use Langley for those services, because I think then you get a better product for the community that can't afford healthcare.
Sure.
So I'm throwing that out there as an option for us to look at, because I think it's twofold.
Mm-hmm. I think.
I wouldn't be for that.
You wouldn't?
I think it's a huge benefit to all of our employees, the way it is now. Maybe combining, could be a health savings, and encourage employees to use the clinic, I think would be a health savings. And I agree, like putting it all together, because when the taxpayers are paying the bill for employees, I think where the hiccup is probably between agencies is what the families have to pay. So if his rates went up, right, the taxpayers are paying for all of his and the deputies, it doesn't matter. But if there's a young family trying to put the spouse and the children on, that's, I think, where you're seeing the hiccup.
That's the problem.
Yeah, because you don't want to adversely affect your employees and the same, and I think that's why everyone's kind of stayed separate. But I think if we got enough smart people in the room, we could help and figure that out if it could overall be a big savings.
Yeah, Commissioner Bates, to your point with that, when we have these large healthcare organizations really starting to take notice of our county, I think that there could be an opportunity, but I still think that an independent clinic outside of their normal, buildings is ideal. And I can just tell you, for our employees, most deputies don't feel comfortable going to walk-in clinics and stuff because they're sitting next to people that they deal with.
And I get that. I'm just saying if you could work out an arrangement with them.
Yeah.
And I think there's a horrible stigma to that.
Right. So whether it's Langley, TGH, or whatever, if we combined our efforts into a single clinic that was run by one of those, I think that's a great idea. But that's going to have all of us on the same page with that. So I think there's opportunities out there because we're in a different working environment than we maybe have been in the past. So that's
Madam
pretty
Chair,
good.
To expand on that point of all constitutionals basically using the same employee health clinic that we do, yes, that might affect what the copay, or not the copay, but the supplement that the employee has to pay for family or whatever. But we have heard this over and over and over again. We are looking at what it takes to be competitive. So that just means you have to supplement it more. But if the total amount for the BOCC budget, which is county and all the constitutionals, if that total amount can be more efficient and less costly for the taxpayer, then it all comes out in the wash, even though you got to come in and say, well, I got to increase this to be competitive, right?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we're all
it's a partnership. It's
we're all in the
totally a
same
partnership.
game. We want to be good stewards of tax dollars, but at the end of the day, we've got to do what's right for our employees too, and help them. Every dollar we can save them in a insurance premium puts another dollar in their pocket. So
I'm just such an efficiency nerd. And by the way, this is my 5th sheriff's budget, and this is the first one that was very easily understandable. So thank you.
Oh, well, that's good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Right. All right. So the last thing, is there anything else on healthcare? I know I'm taking a lot of your time, but so
You also take a lot of our budget.
yeah. So the last thing that's on the radar is obviously the competitiveness of salaries. We asked for a 3% increase this year. The big lift for our team coming into next year is I really want to do a salary analysis and looking at, do we create step plans for each and career development at the sheriff's office? We've had pay grades and sometimes it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I really want to revamp that and stay competitive. Sumter County Sheriff, loved the guy to death, but he just told me, he goes, hey, I'm raising my starting rate to $61,000 a year. We're at $56,000 in Citrus County. So, we've got to try to keep pace with that to keep men and women here. So I think the things that we're doing, showing our employees that we're really trying to work on the healthcare, the sponsorship program are the right things to do. to get those people more committed to our sheriff's office. So I hope that those offset the extra $5,000 they might make in Sumter County to drive over there every day. So
Just
we'll be
one
addressing
quick
that.
question for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
It's my understanding that the governor's also looking to increase the highway patrol starting salary. Does that affect you much?
It does. So when the governor came out this year and initially said, I think it was either a 20 or 25% increase he was giving to state law enforcement, immediately we started hearing from some of our younger deputies that, might have been here a year or two, like, why wouldn't I go, to the highway patrol and make 20% more than I'm making here? So I can't remember what the final number was. It was much lower in the state budget of what they gave, but they did give state law enforcement an increase. And for years in this profession, state law enforcement was the lowest paid law enforcement. That page has turned, and they are becoming the highest paid law enforcement. So that's another. Besides, whether you
And they're
want to
giving signing bonuses.
yeah, and it's FRS, so you're not losing your retirement years and things like that. So that can be problematic depending on what the governor's direction is with their salary increases. If it would have went through at a 20 or 25%, we would have lost employees to do that. So what they finally came in, I think, hopefully we won't lose too many to state law enforcement. So, but that's. Those were the things that I had for you today. If you had any other questions or concerns out there.
I do have a couple questions. You talked about we're funding vacant positions, and that's how you're paying the healthcare overages. So do you have a significant number of vacant positions that we're funding?
So currently we, just 2 weeks ago, we actually got back into single digits for vacant positions on the sworn and the support side. Typically, we're averaging right now around 10 on the sworn side and around 10 on the support side. Some of that's with the change in administration. Some people decided to leave and that. So we've seen quite a bit of turnover in these first 6 months, but I do see that stabilizing, especially on the sworn side with the sponsorship program and the things that we're doing with the body-worn cameras. We've done some uniform changes that you're going to see coming down the pipe with this year's budget. So I really think we're going to be in a good position a year from now on our sworn side. But, the support side, it's kind of, communications is a tough profession to keep people in, and that's really what eats up that number on the support side is our communications officers. We're always hovering around 10 or 12 vacant positions over there. So in combination with all of those sections, throughout the year, you could say out of our 396 positions that we have, we're typically running around 20 or so vacant positions. It's less than 10%. So it's a floating number that's always there.
And then it's my understanding from prior years that there was a lot of overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still experiencing a lot of overtime? And I guess where's the balance if you now have these 10 that you turned into 15. Right. If you get the COPS grant, how does the overtime that you're paying affect the need on the 20 positions?
So I can tell you that, so with some of the restructuring of the organization when I came into office, I reallocated positions back to patrol. And in total, I think I put 6 positions back into patrol and has really significantly reduced the need for overtime. Is there still a need? Most of our patrol squads right now, I think there's only one squad that only has 1 vacant position. Most of them have 2. So there's always a need for overtime, but it's not, in my opinion, not nearly as great as it was 18 months ago. So, and as we move forward with this 20, if we get 20 or whatever that number is moving forward, it's just going to continue to reduce that, because if we're going from 18 positions working a 12-hour shift to 24, we're still going to have that ability to cover some of those absences in vacancies.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
You mentioned 911 communications, obviously an incredibly high-stress job.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing to try to bridge that gap with so many vacancies? Because the more vacancies you have, the more high stress it is on everyone else.
Sure. So one is the working environment, making sure that they feel appreciated. I think one of my big goals when I came into office is making sure that they understood that that's where I came from, and their job is extremely important, and I understand their job. So work environment is a big part of that, so we're working really hard on that. Also, again, looking at salaries, we just implemented a shift differential pay. So while you're on night shift annually, and it's not a ton of money, but it's $750 extra for your overnight shifts annually per person. So we were able to find those monies within our current budget and be able to move forward with those. So little things like that. The next biggest thing on the horizon for communications is something that I tried starting years ago at the academy, was actually partnering with the school district to do a communications academy. Capturing those young people that might be coming right out of high school looking for a career, don't want to go to college, don't want to do those things, but hey, we can train you for 3 months at a communications academy, and you come out making $45,000 a year at our 911 center. So looking at those partnerships with the school district, now that we're back in good graces with the school district and the superintendent, and establishing that at our local academy, I think is a really positive step moving forward. And I hope to see that in this next year, getting that accomplished. So applicant pool is always tough in communications, trying to get people to do that. I think people see that job as one thing, and then they get there and realize, hey, this is overnight shifts and high stress calls, and some people realize it's not for them, but a lot of it has to do with work environment too, and we're working really hard on that.
Well, please tell them that I appreciate their service.
I will.
Thank you.
Anything else? No, I appreciate your time and opportunity. I'm sorry if I was long-winded this first time. I'll learn from my first year, and hopefully next year is a little more concise. So thank you.
So next is just a summary of the other agency budgets that we have. For the most part, they're pretty flat. The health department has a slight increase for salary and benefits, and the medical examiner, they had put $600,000 in for the new morgue in the 24-25 budget, and they're putting about $300 in, so it decreased their change. But for the most part, it's a slight savings for these other agencies. Do you have any questions? Board? All right. So next, we're going to talk about staffing changes. There was originally, I think we had quite a few more positions that we went through with the departments and asking for staffing changes. We started at 79. 13 of those were mid-year additions, and then we ended up with these final 24. The, let's see, Animal Services is asking for a custodian. The county attorney, it's a temporary position as the senior assistant county attorney is set to retire. Fleet management is asking for an additional position. Grounds maintenance, 2 more people. HR generalist and human resources. System management needs a telecom analyst and a security manager. The 13 fire rescues, paramedics, library services, a part-time aide, and ground maintenance for the Beverly Hills MSBU, and solid waste, a tech for the scale house. Any questions on these changes?
Commissioner Finnegan.
I actually went through the budget, and I have more from going through these pages than what's listed up here. And honestly, because we told everyone, to doge their own departments, I think some people did well with operating, some did less well. I want everyone to defend their position. Every single person that's asked for a new position. I want to hear from them, and with the board's pleasure, I will I will explain that. And let me give a little background. This is why, because I think as a board, management and budget does a great job, and thank you, Tammy and Barbara, for laying out the budget and explaining. It seems like a lot of money, but a lot of money goes to all these different places. But the taxpayer, I ran the numbers because they're like, what is the board doing with all this money? Just to look at it in different eyes, and I think you can see this laid out on our page 8. If you look at the budget in just 2 years, it's increased over $42.5 million. From 2020 till now, it's an increase of over $146 million. So to the average taxpayer, they're going, what are they doing with all the money? In the taxes on page 8 from 2020 to now, it's over $64 million increase in taxes. So I understand when you see, the sheriff needs more deputies and fire needs more personnel. Everybody needs a little bit more, but that's why I said this year, we have to care about everything, but I made a list of things that stood out. If you had a significant budget increase for me, or you've asked for another employee, which some of those are a significant increase, each one of those departments need to defend that position, because I asked everyone, if you need somebody, do like private business is doing and figure it out in your budget. There's people that didn't do that. So with the board's pleasure and Mr. Howard's permission, I would like to hear from some of these people, and I have a list.
I think staff is here, and if that's a pleasure of the board, the folks that have asked for these positions are present.
Going down the list, well, I will tell you one of them that I'm okay with, so if no one else wants to hear. Not on this list, Aquatic Weed Control actually asked for another personnel, but they actually asked for less money in their wages and personnel. That's an example of somebody that somehow figured it out in their budget and came back. So I think they're in the clear. Animal Services, well, they didn't ask for somebody. That was an increase in budget, which I will ask to see those later. Grounds Maintenance, 2 added employees. And their budget was increased $259,348. So that would be a starting point.
Here they come.
That you, Eric?
Yep.
I'm not saying I'm against it. I want our grounds to be well kept, but I feel like for, $250,000, you have to defend that.
I don't have that number in front of me. I know that we've only asked for the 2 positions, which are the grounds maintenance workers. Those are the only 2 positions we've asked for.
Let me be helpful to the board too, just in case. I wrote page numbers down to be helpful. 208.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2 positions will cost $106.
I understand
Not the
that.
total to.
But when you're asking for positions, I'm going to look at the increase of your budget.
Well, does that include operational increase?
Yes.
Yes.
And there were others that didn't ask for positions that had a huge increase in budget. So.
Yeah. Well, other than the 106 that Tammy just referred to, the 106 would be just for those 2 staff specifically. Everything else would just be the general operational increases in total cost of operations.
I know, and I wanted everyone to figure it out in their budget, how to operate in the same amount of money. Some can and some can't.
Correct.
But you need to defend $250,000.
Right. Well, the operational costs are strictly just cost of increase. Medications cost more, all the services, all the products, and I would even point to the fact that
Medications for ground maintenance?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about, I switched to animal control. My apologies. I was thinking about animal control, and you mentioned we could talk about that separately.
Yeah.
So, my apologies. I've been looking at all of them. So, for grounds maintenance, that's just typically fuel is more expensive. It varies. Equipment maintenance, total cost. We do over 50 restrooms, so the cost of supplies in all of those restrooms, it's all increasing. I mean, we're experiencing the same increases that everyone experiences. So a majority of that overall cost Tree services alone, and what we're having to spend to, when we have larger contractors come in, we've been getting quotes that are 50 to 75% higher than what we've experienced in the past, not to mention the massive amount of growth in all of the parks plus buildings. And we've also taken on some additional projects where those grounds have not been kept to the standard that is being requested. So that includes also those 2 staff. Those are the lowest level. Those are entry-level grounds maintenance workers. They're currently working with a crew of 10. They do have some, they do take advantage of some casual worker labor when they can, but it's just a sheer matter of volume. And we're also being stretched across the entire county. And we're looking to add the Chatsworth boat ramp. So we're doing over 80 garbage pickups throughout the week. That's multiple times a day. Sometimes that's every day. So we're traveling from Chatsworth all the way to Homosassa, all the way to Fort Allen Gulf Beach, all of the parks along the way. That includes Crystal River, north all the way to Citronelle, all the way to Floral City, Central Ridge District Park, north of Beverly Hills. So you're covering an entire county with 38 parks, 13
What
boat
if I
ramps.
make a deal with you and see if the board will go along with
Sure.
it? If we approve these two extra people and these staff members, I can remember specific instances. One, I was with Mr. Howard, and we were at the building on Mark Knighton Court. And I'm like, what? This place looks like it could be abandoned. It looks terrible. I
agree.
saw Commissioner Bays outside of the Inverness Library when everyone was showing up. Remember that day? And you were like, are you kidding me? Look at all these weeds. So if we give you those and we go to any of our buildings, let's just say within 6 months or midway year, they're going to look great, right? Because the next year, I feel like if they don't, I'm going to want to pull back that money.
I understand, and I would agree with that. I
Yeah?
think that with
Okay.
changes in some management, some practices, steering towards a better best practices model, and that includes efficiencies within there, I think that is correct. My concerns are expanding of demand and services. So we'll be adding, for instance, the Chaz boat ramp and expect. I know that some of you were tagged in some posts this past weekend regarding just sheer volume that we experience at the existing boat ramps and the amount of garbage that comes along with that and those additional weekend hours that we have to work those facilities. So that's where that's coming from. That's where we are. So I would accept that.
I'm just
I would
asking the
accept that
questions. It's
challenge.
the board's decision,
Absolutely.
you know.
And I accept that challenge because I want to see, greater efficiency with existing staff, but it is true that there simply isn't enough to handle the sheer volume that we're experiencing.
May I get off, since, with your staff, since you are over animal services, can I ask you a question? It wasn't so much about your increase, it's how you got there. On page 144, 144 in your budget. You have revenue sources. If the board will look at the first block, and then where general fund comes in is the second block.
Yes.
So you show last year actual was a lot higher than what we're budgeting. So you are asking, Animal Services is asking for a budget increase of $351,117. I understand that medicines and personnel and everything and the amount of animals they've been picking up. That's not my issue. My issue is asking for that much money when we've budgeted $124,061 less than they received from these other revenue sources. So I understand the increase, but not the amount we have to increase in general fund. I feel like we should take at least $100,000 off that general fund increase, if not 120.
Yeah, I see where you're looking. I'm just looking quickly, a number that I wouldn't have influence over. I see that when the money market, we increased to 95, we had 95,000 of actual interest, but we're only budgeting 25. I mean, I would defer to OMB on how that was calculated.
I think they're budgeting 50 this year for that.
Yeah, that one line item was at 25. And then donations are unpredictable, but we would hope that we could exceed that. It came in at 46, so there's about 10, 15,000 there that could vary. But the largest one was the 70,000 or so in the money market and LGIP interest. So I'm not sure how that's calculated, but obviously we did very well with interest this year. So the
I
prior
just think
year.
I wanted to point that out to the
Yes.
board because it's not that I'm over questioning your 351,000 increase.
Right.
I'm questioning the amount that has to come from
For
the
the
general
income,
fund.
correct.
So that may be something the board can look at when we're trying to get money in some other areas or looking at our millage rate. I just want the board to maybe make a note of that. I think there's some money to be cut from the general fund, maybe not so much cut from the budget.
Understood.
And you were grounds maintenance. Technical services are adding 2 employees, and that's on page 333.
Can I ask one question while you're here? So the grounds maintenance, that includes all of the buildings?
Yes. Yes, we do some contractual services, but where contractual services aren't covered, and we're also in taking a deep dive into how those contracts are derived. There's been a lot of existing contracts for years that have just been standard that we want to get a little bit more into the specifics of what they're covering to maybe offset some of the need for additional staff. Obviously, that would drive the cost of the contract up to some degree, but I think when we bid for services, we could be more specific. But yes, those things that aren't done by those mowers that are contracted get supplemented by those grounds maintenance workers. Things like anything beautification, anything trimming hedges, those sorts of things. A lot of that is done in-house.
So like if the Lecanto government building or
Yes.
this building, is that contracted or is that in-house?
Both. The basic mowing is contracted, but anything that would be, for instance, the landscaping, that would be in-house. And that's why you don't see a lot of that landscaping detail that you do see in some areas. There is not the funding for the landscaping plants and other things, but there's also a very limited number of staff to stretch across buildings all over the county.
Well, I'm not going to be popular for saying this, but I can tell you, when I walk into this building, there are weeds that are growing so big that they've been there for probably 3 to 4 weeks. And then yesterday, when I was at the Lecanto government building, either we have to get back to a program where it's not going to be required and we're just going to do weed maintenance.
Yes.
But that whole berm outside of the building it's overgrown. I don't know for how long. It's awful.
Agreed. And we've been looking at those in particular, and that's what I mentioned. That's why I made the deal with Commissioner Finnegan that if we can't improve that in 6 months, then we need to be back justifying why.
Well, I'm just going to say this out loud because I look at some of the areas of our community and I think, oh my God, can you not take some pride in cleaning up? But when it's us, it's our own buildings, and we're paying this kind of money. There's absolutely zero excuse. Whoever is overseeing that, if they can't look at that and see something is wrong, that is growing that big for that long, shame on us.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Ditto. And I've had to call out to prior administration walking into LGB. The flags were shameful. I mean, they were starting to get a little tattered. They were super faded, and I talked to Mr. Oliver, and I was like, can you get the flags replaced? This is not okay. I'm all about being frugal and
Listen,
hyper
I'm
efficient.
handy with the weed eater. I can weed eat like nobody's business.
Can you come to my place? I've always sucked with the whole string thing.
And I do know that we need to be more community engaged. One of the things I know that they're starting to plan, I think the first one's actually going to be down at Bluebird Springs, is community cleanup. I think that we can engage the communities for some of these parks where those communities care. So having those kind of days where we're there with the equipment, but the community wants to be involved and be a part of that park. So I think we need to do more outreach and engagement that way. That will help the parks. Buildings, we're going to have to take that on and be more specific and using better practices and management moving forward.
We're working on trustees also.
Yes. In fact, I talked to Mr. Joe yesterday about
Nice.
that very thing. So that's also, I was very pleased to hear that because that's something that we can certainly utilize at very specific projects.
Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
If you may, 330 3, technical services, 2 added employees. The whole budget increase for that is $174,364. Carlton, I have to tell you something. You're so good. I was so giddy about you looking at this budget, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Carlton doged this whole budget, $7 million. He is going to be the poster child. And then it was road resurfacing. And then I was like, oh, dang, this isn't good. And then I've got to put you up here on the hot seat, because how do we cut what the people want in the room? We're adding more people.
Well, basically, I mean, Barbara can help us explain it a little bit, but, you know, we worked within the budget that we have, you know, to try to get the numbers where they need to be, we had to reduce, and that's really the numbers that we came up with.
And the 2 technical service positions were approved by the board, was it March or April? They did 2 for stormwater and 2 for technical services to do this survey. So I think those are the positions you're talking about.
I think maybe she's talking about the ones that we are asking for that are new. But I think right now you're talking about the reduction for the $7 million for the road resurfacing.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that. So I feel like that is what we're doing here. I feel like I have to find $5 million in the budget, Carlton.
Yeah, for, you know, as far as positions go, I think we were asking for 2 positions in our technical services for our land section is what they were not approved. Okay.
What are can you explain these 2 positions? You know, because I read everything, but when you read, it's in the program description, the objectives, it is the same stuff every year. It's no explanation of, we're asking this new, or this is where our budget's increased. This could maybe in the future, hint, hint, save the board a lot of time if we, any increase or any position, it was explained. But nothing is.
I know the positions that we're talking about for technical services and stormwater and also transportation were to offset what we were paying consultants to come in and do inspections, especially when you're talking about the widening of 491. You're talking about the $30 million we've actually spent in almost 1 year with road resurfacing between the 24 budget and the 25. All of that asphalt going down has to be inspected. So those positions that have already been approved prior to next year's budget we're using in-house technical inspectors to go out and look at that roadway as it's being put in.
These aren't 2 additional, these are the 2 that were already approved, not 2, and then you're asking for 2 more.
Correct.
I gotcha. Okay. But then Carlton, you would think that if it's saving us money, where is it saving? If professional services isn't down any.
Well, I mean, we have to figure, we haven't filled those positions. In other words, we've gotten the approval for those positions. They've been posted, but we haven't filled them. So right now, we're still using the consultants to do those inspecting services.
So next year, you're going to show where your consultants are in the budget, you're going to show a decrease.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis?
I'm with Commissioner Finnegan. I think one great thing to add to this budget would be a narrative from each of the department heads, meaning yourself, Eric, I always forget which way you guys go, but Ken Cheek, Eric Head, yourself, et cetera, a narrative on just explaining, you know, what's the delta between last year and this year to help us. It's almost like a briefing that we typically get, which we didn't get this year. But it's a briefing that the entire world can see and review and help citizens understand what the difference is.
If I read that, that may have saved this whole conversation.
Exactly. And, you know, I think that we are a red county. We're a conservative county. I know Eric Head is, what, 5th generation Citrus Countyan, lifelong Republican, very, very careful with a dollar. And I think that that is true of, by and large, our staff, especially the directors. You guys take this very seriously, and you don't want to spend your own tax dollars either. So I just want the community to know that I do believe that to be the case. And so I have a lot of trust with a lot of you. Doesn't mean we don't get into the weeds to really look at everything as part of a team. But the narrative would be great. Great idea.
Thank you. Since you're here, and we're talking about stormwater, on page 359, board, you're looking for those 2 employees, which those were the ones that were approved, right? But what I noticed is you get the special assessment, and with growth, you're getting more money. It went from 5.1 to 5.3. Why are we still using general fund in the amount of 139,635? I would like to take that back.
Was a new statute passed that any exemptions that were created, the general fund has to make those MSBU's whole. So this is for hardship, vacancies, the first responders. So these are things that the board has created, and we have to make those MSBU's whole.
So that is us paying for hardship cases and things.
Yes.
And all the exemptions.
You're subsidizing it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I think. The next one, well, maybe not. Fleet management, page 377. One added, your budget increase is 64,278. So not a substantial budget increase. But do you want to tell us about why you need the extra person in fleet management?
Sure. Actually, we requested 2 positions, and when you look at what we do at Fleet Management, the majority of the services they provide are maintenance to these vehicles. But with the addition of EMS as well as fire, and even some of the larger vehicles that we use through our road maintenance and utilities, there's a lot of things that we can't do in-house. So Mr. Cope, the Director of Fleet, did a little test. He had one vehicle that needed a complete rebuild from the bottom up. So he took 2 employees and kind of pulled them away from their duties and had them take care of that entire project, the build up. And we did it in a month less than it takes not a consultant, but a subcontractor to do. And we also did it for $20,000 less than they would have charged. So in seeing those savings, Mr. Cope said if we were to add a 2-man crew to Fleet to do some of those larger projects, the time-consuming things, we could not only get that fleet back out on the streets, we could also save money in the long run by doing it in-house.
What if you just do what you did before? Just pulled the extra staff and did it when needed?
Well, it takes it away from the other services, so things start falling behind on our maintenance schedule. So it really does take a 2-person crew to take up that difference in the amount of work that we're sending out.
Well, and I understand everyone's going to defend and have good. We'll see what the board says. I'm asking thought-provoking questions. I hope that the board really makes their own decisions about, everybody's ask is important.
Yeah, the original request was for 2. I think after we went through with management and budget, the request was dropped to 1, just to try to get that ball rolling, get that project started.
I noticed road maintenance budget increased $450,641, but we minused all the resurfacing. So what are we doing instead with almost $500,000 we're not resurfacing roads with?
As we go out for contract mowers, as we buy asphalt, as we purchase the supplies, everything is increased. Yeah,
That's what I figured you would say, the sheer supply, I know, of asphalt and everything is up. So I just wanted you to get on the record. Thank you.
You're welcome.
On page 464, I was looking at human resources. And they want to add 1 position, and they want to increase the entire budget $142,334.
Good morning, Commissioners. June Randall, HR Director. Yes, we are requesting an additional human resources position. This position will primarily be the liaison between the clerk's office, the payroll division. In the county, there's 30 different payroll supervisors in different departments and divisions. They are responsible for being the timekeepers for their departments. They ensure that the biweekly time card is correct before it's transmitted to payroll. So right now, there's no oversight in that particular aspect. This person is going to be responsible for training the payroll supervisors. So as we have attrition, if a payroll supervisor leaves, it then falls on the department to train that particular person on their payroll processes and how it works. So that's why we are asking for additional personnel to be the liaison with the payroll office.
Well, how are you doing it now?
the departments are doing it and there's no oversight on the training that is being done. So the burden falls on the department to train the staff on the payroll processes and the forms that needs to be completed.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the clerk came earlier and talked about a program that she's putting in place and said that she explained this would almost take the role as they get the new software in place. And it made it sound like this is what you're talking about. Can you explain or clarify that?
Software will process the payroll, but we still have staff that has to ensure the biweekly time cards are correct. All the personal action forms that are submitted to HR is correct. So they will work in partnership with the clerk's office to make sure the payroll is processed correctly. But it doesn't take the place of the biweekly timesheets that are being submitted by staff.
So are you finding a lot of errors? Or?
There is. There's a lot of errors. Unfortunately, some have been caught by the payroll versus it being caught by the county before it gets to payroll. So that's where this person comes in to ensure that it's correct before it gets transmitted over to payroll.
What would you estimate the cost savings to be of this position then if there's a lot of errors?
Well, when you dealing with personnel and their salaries, you want to catch it before the payroll is done, because if the payroll is not correct, we would then either have to back pay the employee for it not being correctly done, or we've overpaid and then we have to pull money back from the employee. So it just depends on what the error is.
It sounds like they're catching it anyway.
Right. So walk me through the steps of how employees do they. Is there a time clock or?
There is a time clock, correct, but some employees might miss a time punch, and that's where the payroll supervisor comes in to make sure that the full week or the 2 weeks that they're being paid for is correctly on their timesheet before it gets submitted to payroll. So they're ensuring all of the punches are correct. If there's any vacation time that has been taken by the employee, it's reflected on the timesheet, sick time, all of that.
So none of this goes through your department currently as far as until it's, you're just waiting for each department to fill this in and then give it to you? Correct.
And we are then looped in if there is a problem, and it's usually coming from the payroll department. So we're trying to mitigate the any problems or issues before it gets to payroll so that we can process a correct payroll.
All right.
Question
Bless you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
to expand on your question, so if there are errors, do you have any count on the discrete number of errors in any given year that have to be corrected? Because I would hope, my concern is twofold. Number one, if there's that many errors and it takes 4 hours of staff time to fix it, or 30 minutes of staff time to fix it, whatever that case may be, there would be a cost savings on that side, right? Or efficiency savings on that side, which might help fund this position. So that's number one. A very minor point would be that I would think for the employees that are paid hourly, it's disconcerting to have changes.
Correct.
Because if they're underpaid, then they're hurting. If they're overpaid, then they're mad because it's been pulled back. And so there is a morale issue there. But my greater concern would be that, hey, maybe this is actually a really great efficiency aspect. But I would hope that you would have some sense of with the hours times the discrete number of average errors per year.
Correct.
Make sense?
And yeah, it does. And another part of this position would actually be to make sure that policies and procedures are being interpreted correctly throughout all of the departments, and that our payroll policies that we have internally are being implemented correctly by each department. As of right now, there's no oversight to that. And that's where this position comes in, to make sure that we're training the payroll supervisors on the interpretation of the policies and procedures that the board has when it comes to payroll processing.
Again, I think when I look at these descriptions, it's very vague as what you current have in staffing and where there's a gap. So that's hard for me to overcome, seeing what you have here. That's not a role of one of these employees that currently exist. And I also look at it and I think if we've got somebody, when we're employing these people, if they can't get their time clock right, that's a problem.
Well, that's why I wrote down the amount, so if the board, that's why I said I'm just asking the questions, whatever the board decides, I have the dollar amounts of, where we want to cut or move or.
All right. Commissioner Barrett?
When I had looked through this, I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. I'm looking at 23% increase. When I did the math, and for 2 people, 3 people maybe, because I had looked at and I had things highlighted that we're going to get a human resource generalist. We're going to get 2 of those, but we're getting rid of a lead head generalist, right?
No, we are requesting for the lead to be
So we're gonna have-
reclassified. So the lead will still be there. She's going to be reclassified to a senior.
All right, so that's where it gets very confusing, and I can see where, Commissioner Bass is on that page too, where it's confusing when it says, I had 7 people, now I've got 8, but if I really look at it, I'm moving 3.
Correct.
Because, that's what I'm doing, right?
Right.
Okay, so I do have it down, but when I look at this, I'm looking at $193,904 for 3 people. If I take, and I do the math, and that's 23.38% increase in your budget. So, I agree with Commissioner Finnegan. We need to have a little bit more information and a little bit better so that we can understand why are we going up by that much of a percentage for 3 bodies? But we're also taking away, because we're only going to go up by 1. So, it gets a little confusing to everybody.
Also, some of those increases are related to retirement and the health insurance increase. So there was like $12,000 increase or $15,000 increase in retirement rates, and then health insurance increase too.
But the department raise is going to be 23.38%, correct?
With a position and.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Before I get to the next added position, since we're talking about increase, I know this is almost embarrassing because the next one's management and budget. The increase was $181,730 for management and budget, but what I didn't understand, I'm sorry, board, page 469. What I didn't understand is if you don't take what you have no control over, not counting the life and health, no retirement, just the first line of salaries and wages, it's an increase of $107,022. Are y'all getting some major raises? What's going on?
Previously, we had a position that was partially funded by solid waste and management and budget, and that position did the commercial solid waste assessment. Since that's gone away, solid waste can no longer support that position. So then now all of that is being transferred over and being funded 100% in management and budget. So it's not increases, it's just taking a percentage that was previously in another department.
$107,022.
Well, there's across the board. Everybody received a 2.5, and it might be the pay difference between Aaron and Tammy, and then also bringing Ashley over. So we have a mix of things.
Sorry, everyone's getting asked. Okay, the big one, page 472. That's going to be systems management. They want to add 3 employees. The increase to the budget is $730,317. Hi, good morning. He put you on the hot seat today. I understand, I've been round and round with Mr. Fultzer, that certain things, can't say because we have to hide behind. I'm not asking for security details, but what I had asked him to do before, we looked at all the employees and it seemed like 2 were heavy, overburdened, and they did need to get rid of that burden. But the rest of them wasn't. In regular business, in my company, a personal company, if that happened, it would be terrible to let go anybody. But that's what we would have to, we'd have 1 or 2 choices. We would cross-train those people to do a new job that we needed, or if they didn't have the capability, we would have to let them go, and whatever money we could take from saving those positions, we would get the position that we need. For whatever reason, your department is not doing that. It's adding, and that is a substantial increase.
And I understand that, and Louis and I have discussed that extensively. And I believe he's presented this before, when you compare our staffing levels to other counties, so we did a comparison, for instance, to Martin County. They have 36 total staff. For the same population, we have 22 currently. So when you look at how we're operating,
Doesn't Martin County have some big beach cities and some big, I don't know that that's a comparable county.
That's the one that I've been presented with, but.
Well, I feel like, and what, I'm sorry, and it's not you, with all due respect to everyone that brings their numbers, we get comparable counties and they're cherry picked for, okay, who's got the county closest to us and that it has the creme de la creme top. We don't see the other counties, the other comparable that's to us. So that's not working for me. I apologize.
As far as the positions, the specific positions that we're asking for, the first one, the security manager, that one was explicitly recommended during the third-party audit through the clerk's office. So really that's coming from an external source that, from a security perspective, this would be beneficial to us. Just to help us be more proactive, the security analyst, we have only one right now. That is a single point of failure as far as security. It doesn't really allow us time for planning and being more proactive in our approaches as far as determining what threats are on the horizon. And given the current geopolitical environment that we face, that seems to me to be quite
I feel like your new
critical.
positions may make a lot of sense. I'm not running that department. If you need those 3 positions, keep us safe. My position with Louis was, I don't know how this board's going to vote. I could be one out. I don't know. I'm not going to approve $730,000. I don't have a problem with you adding the 3 positions. Find it in your budget. Remember, I said you've got all these other people not as busy. You have 2 people that's beyond busy. You need a different level of service. You need to fix your budget.
I'm not sure which people are not busy in our department.
I shouldn't say not busy. I'm sure everyone finds something to do.
They are absolutely, from my perspective.
Tickets, these people have so many and the other people aren't.
And yes, number of tickets, but you have to really look at each of those individual tickets. Some of those tickets can take 10 hours. Some of those tickets are a project. So I don't really feel like just looking at just number of tickets, who has which number of tickets is accurate in terms of the workload. Because like I said, some of those tickets are 5-minute tickets. They can, get them out of the way really quickly if it's just something like password resets or a bit of a software glitch, reinstalling something. But some of those other tickets are projects. They can take days, they can take weeks, they take planning.
Commissioner Finnegan, may I interrupt for just a minute?
Yeah, I just
want
to say one thing. I don't know how the board feels. I understand this is important. We'll have to decide on a number. For me, I'm not giving this one department $750,000 in 1 year. I will vote no on that. However we look at that. But
can you break down the increase for me by the? Segregated out?
What I'm seeing, the budget that I was given yesterday, I'm seeing two positions, the security manager and the telecoms analyst one, that those two positions together are roughly, correct me if I'm wrong, Barb, about 230,000 increase for those two. The other big increase I believe that he's asking for is the either autonomous network or network administrator, because we currently have no network administrator. That position just doesn't exist. So one way or the other, it would be autonomous or network admin, and I believe that is the biggest cost.
I'm sorry, you're saying different positions than what I'm reading. You said the security manager at first, and what's the other one?
I'm seeing telecom administrator.
One, that's the 230, and then which one are you saying is the network?
Network admin or autonomous network, and I don't believe that's been decided yet. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
That was not budgeted.
That was not much.
So
The
two
network.
positions are $230,000?
I believe so.
Your increase is $730,000.
So is the rest of it will be in software and software as a service, hardware,
I mean, we can look.
networking.
So also, systems management and budget includes all the departments in the general fund, their software support. So we don't want it budgeted in their department, and then they maybe spend it inappropriately. So everything is funneled through systems management, so they have 100% control of all the software that's purchased. So if a department's getting a new software, it will be reflected in systems management budget instead of their budget.
So systems for other departments are budgeted through them.
General fund positions, they have, systems management has all the software for all the different departments that are general fund funded.
So then my question, is any of that then allocated back to the different departments?
All the enterprise funds pay for theirs directly. Those other ones that are general fund are not, because we don't want them to spend it on other things. They want systems to have the control.
So out of their increase, she said the two positions is 230,000. What, the balance of that, is that part of the salary increases and benefits?
Well, one thing that's different is the budget that's in here is what was adopted last year. There was a mid-year, a cloud administrator added. That is not reflected in the 24-25 budget, because we want to show you what was adopted. So then they might have actually like 1.8 or 1.9 this year for that cloud administrator. So it doesn't reflect amendments to the budget.
Correct.
So what is the total budget increase then?
$730,000, $730,317.
But that doesn't include the budget amendments.
During the year, correct. We don't reflect that. We historically have not.
So what's the new delta?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
The salary increase from 24-25 budget to 25-26 is about 330. So 230, that is new positions. The other would be the cloud administrator and then additional, the across the board raises.
The 2.5%?
Yes, yes. So the remaining 400-ish thousand that Ms. Finnegan is referring to would be the software support is the biggest increase.
Actually, one of the biggest ones I see some software increase, which would make some sense, but what are computer accessories? That's a huge increase, and that's to me just like a mouse, a keyboard.
It's all the PCs. So anything under $5,000 goes into computer accessories. So it will be all of our monitors, our servers, if they're under that $5,000 threshold.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was, I met with Louis and he actually brought the, show and tell with what was ill-advisedly purchased by the past leader of that department, where the plug didn't fit or something, and it was gonna cost a stupid amount of money to change it over. Where is that in this? Are you aware of what I'm talking about?
I'm vaguely, I think that has to do with one of the Spectrum connections. I believe.
They look like server racks. I don't know what they were, but they're, it was a thin thing, and the
Yeah.
plugs were, it was just dumb. It was just dumb.
And I believe it was-
And we have to fix it, the past dumb mistake.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I, as far as I'm aware, that is budgeted.
But that is
in here.
Okay.
That would fall under the computer accessories.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering
probably
about
why it's
the
so
large, the
high.
large amount for the computer
Right.
accessories.
Well, I get every point taken here, but I also know that there is a lot of security issues out there. I know that Hernando County faced this and had a breach that basically.
How much did that end up costing them?
Over,
Yes, exactly. That is one of the problems that we're facing, is that we're seeing over 32,000 alerts on our system daily. And although a lot of those can be triaged through automated systems, there are still plenty of them that have to be handled and investigated. And, just having that security manager would be hugely helpful in planning and being more proactive, mitigating some of those
but
threats.
take us through the steps if you have a security breach, what that means. Like, what did it cost Hernando and how long were they out of? I know I called down there
Yeah.
for something and it was like, they couldn't even get into their system for weeks.
Right, it was
Or
weeks.
months.
And possibly months, but, and a huge expense and a huge delay in, in things like permitting. I mean, if you can imagine, if your entire system is down for weeks on end and no one is available to, or able to get into those systems, I mean, all of your operations, all of your services become hugely backlogged, and that can be extremely expensive to fix those mistakes. When you're trying to restore from backups, when you may need to engage consultants, forensics
Excuse me.
experts.
I think we all understand that a security breach would be terrible. We need to take a scalpel to things, and it can't be, and that's the problem. Like I said, it's going to be difficult because every single person's going to come up here and say how important the position is or the increase for the budget. I agree, it's important. But at some point, they have to, as the director is, let's just say, the manager of that business, they are going to have to look at their own budget and try to figure it out. So for $730,000, yes, people get raises. Yes, we'll probably need to increase the software. Yes, we need protection. And yes, you may need these security people. I'm not disagreeing with that. But, that doesn't mean we're held hostage for every dollar that's asked for. At some point, they have to look at their own budget. And like I said, with all these other positions going, I really need this one position, maybe not these two because they're doubled up, or maybe these are stellar employees, so we're going to cross-train them. And I don't want to lose anyone if they don't cross-train into whatever these positions are. Maybe they cross-train into somewhere else with the county, but government never gets smaller because it's difficult, because the taxpayers are paying and not a business owner. A business owner has to worry about that bottom line. What government does is say, well, we like everybody and I don't want to make waves, and politicians, we don't want to make waves and have any department or anybody mad at us. So let's not ruffle the feathers, and then whatever they say they need, we'll just keep adding. Well, the taxpayers eventually get that and they get really, really upset. So I want you to have these new things, and I have no doubt your department is going to keep us secure. I'm just saying, I would have had less of a problem if this budget was cut a little bit and saying, hey, this is what we've done, but we still need this much. But when they don't try at all, when the taxpayers just have to be like, well, we're going to leave it as it is, we're fine, and just add $730,000, I have a huge problem with that. I've said my piece, and again, it's not personal, it's not you, it's a tough job.
Understand, I completely understand from a taxpayer perspective.
Because you're paying
that,
for it.
Yes, exactly. I'm one of those taxpayers.
Yes,
I want us
me
to
too.
be efficient. I really want us to be efficient. I also want us to be secure and prepared.
Same.
And as far as the telecoms
administrator position, that one I just wanted to comment on because my big concern there is that when we have storm events or any other type of hazard event, and we have to have someone in the EOC, that's one person, and communications are hugely important. And I really feel like that person also needs some sort of backup.
Understood. I do want to point out, and I looked at every page probably like 3 times because I really wanted to, get it right, do a good job. Even the people that came up here where you're standing in their budgets, I did a total increase, but many, if not all of them, I could see other places that were decreased. Like you could see that they were trying to cut in some areas to try to help with that, and that's what I would have wanted to see with this budget. And Madam Chair, as far as I know, Ms. Wilson is in her presentation. That's kind of like I have some other budget comments, but I don't know if you want me to kind of save that or if now's the time or.
I think we keep going with her to get through this, and then wherever your comments are appropriate, we can do those there.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we're going to move on to the department budgets. So the first department we have is administration, and this includes the board, the county administration, economic development, communications, and the visitor and convention bureau. So they are decreased in their special revenue, but increased in their ad valorem. They have about 1.7 carry forward in projects for the tourism capital projects. Any questions?
Well, since you said tourism,
I
you said when it's appropriate. Okay, so the Visitors Bureau for Tourism, I don't know if I wrote that down here, page 121. So I realize that the money is being carried forward, but the budget that shows that is probably coming in from that bed tax and the funding is roughly 2.5 million. The expenditures. Trying to get out we're at a budget of 7.4 million. I'm just making sure that some of that carry forward, even if you take out the special projects of 3.3, we're overspending. I believe if I'm looking at this right, this department is overspending out of their budget. And frankly, and Avis, I love you, and when you started, I told you this, I know that the state, I don't remember which senator brought it up, but tried to change where the counties could spend more of their tourist dollars, how they wanted on projects. I think that is a fantastic idea. Obviously, advertising still needs to happen, but I think the benefit needs to come back to the county and to the taxpayers. So as much money out of this budget we can take for things like a sports complex or a museum or shoreline restoration that's allowed, I want that to happen. But if we are grossly overspending this budget, that's not going to happen. So, Mr. Howard, unless I'm missing something, this budget cannot carry on like this.
We'll have some discussions. Let Avis come forward. Have some discussion.
Hi, Avis.
Hello. Hello. Avis Cole, Tourism Director for Citrus County. All right, so budget-wise, last year we brought in 2.8 million, a little bit over 2.8 million in collections. This year we're projected for a second. At 3.2 million, right now we're a 16% increase. We're projected 13% increase to 3.2 million in total collections. All right, give me just a second here.
Elvis, why does this say 2.5 is the request? The tourist tax is 2.5.
Well, the 2.5 is operating. You know, we have a total of 5%, so 4%, 1%, the 1 penny for the capital. So the 2.5 is the actual from an operation standpoint, marketing standpoint, but overall in total, for example, for 24, 25, that was the last year was the 2.8 million in collections. Before that, the year before we were at 3.1, there was a dip, and then this year we're projected to grow at the most ever collected revenue in $3.2 million. That's roughly about $421,000 increase. Also, I would like to note that you know, of course, we are asking for 2 positions. We're down a person right now, but we are also we just got approved for recommendation out of TDC for new services for short-term rentals. We're looking to basically, we know from our analysis, there's about $1 million roughly that we're not collecting. So with those services and that software of about approximately $135,000, this is something long overdue because we knew from a short-term rental standpoint, there are collections that we are grossly missing out. Statewide, for example, we are collected from the Department of Revenue, so we don't get a lot of information out of the Department of Revenue. Most of the taxes are collected locally. That is a goal of mine, to collect our taxes locally, whether it's through Clerk of Courts.
Elvis,
yes.
I think that's fantastic. And when
Okay.
you collect those money, then we'll see that your budget goes up. But are you spending your reserves in this anticipated budget? How are you making your budget?
We are not spending our reserves, no.
Elvis,
Yes.
you collect 5 pennies, but one of those pennies is to be used for capital projects.
Correct.
How much money do you have in for that 1 penny?
All right, let's see.
It's back here. It's on.
Per yesterday, I think it was about 1.65
I
or
believe
1.7.
so.
32.
And then we already have, and that's not including the allocated monies that we already have for the projects committed to.
So unencumbered, what do you have in that 1 penny?
1.513, it looks like, from this latest spreadsheet I'm looking at right now.
So years ago, when I chaired that, and we moved to getting these 5 pennies, it was always my desire, as opposed to nickel-and diming that penny to death, that we would accumulate that money and be able to use that as a bonding for something significant.
Right.
That's what I would like to see the tourism decide, because I heard the presentation yesterday that some of the vendors on the west side of the county, their revenues are down, they're seeing a lack of tourism happening, there's some concerns for the people on the west side. The east side, the county manager, Inverness, was there, and a council member. They seem to be doing okay. So, but I'm still hearing that there needs to be a draw other than manatees and scalloping.
Agree. So, been about 18 months at the helm here. One of the initial things that I wanted to bring in was a strategic plan. We are in the final stages of that. We just went over our revisions with TDC actually yesterday. So we hope to finalize that soon. You know, with that strategic plan, it was a goal of mine to have that 3 to 5 year roadmap to develop for future developments, sports tourism, which I have a heavy background in. I'm very supportive of. What I noticed was throughout the years that it looked like the capital improvement budget part was, I don't want to say nickel and dime, but it was a lot of projects out there, but there was really no strategy behind it. So the goal of the strategic plan is to build something that would be from a sustainability standpoint other than the manatees, because I feel like we are a much more diverse community. I believe fishing is huge, of course. I believe, in our strategic plan, from that analysis, that the survey that went out to hundreds, over 400 community leaders, I do believe that we have a niche market where we can kind of get into from a sports development standpoint, if that is the direction that our community wants to go, which I believe is one of the directions as well. So, of course, the monies in that pot, I think they can be bonded. I mean, it's expensive, but we have to start somewhere. So, I'm trying to go forward with that, with the strategic plan that outlines some of those special projects and future developments that you all both mentioned.
Can you help, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you help me with that? Under special projects,
All right.
3.3 million, we'll call that. In last year, it was budgeted 2.6, but actual is like 3,700. Help me with these numbers. You or Ms. Wilson, somebody needs to, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then what can we spend that on? Because those special projects money is different than the penny money.
So,
Go
sorry.
ahead, please.
So the tourism has a special reserve policy. So in the reserve policy for tourism, it's like 70% of their operating budget needs to go in reserve, and any excess funds then go into the special projects for them to use. So that's why it did increase, because that's the policy of that AR.
I am so sorry. I did not follow you.
So for the operating budget of tourism, of just the operating, the 4 cents, 4 pennies of it, it's the regulation says that 70% of their operating budget needs to be put in reserve, which is here 1.5. Anything in
I'm sorry, where do you see the 1.5?
on page 125 in the reserve budget fund balance account of 1.5,
What page?
125.
125, reserve budget. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's the 70% of the operating. Anything in excess of that is to go into their special projects. So that's why it's increased. That's just based on the administrative regulation.
Well, what about the, so you have 588 for personnel, then you have the operating expenses at 1.8.
In capital,
And then, right,
and then the 998 and then 93,000. We consider that all of the operating.
so the budget is 7.4 million. We're looking for $7.4 million.
That's, yes, their budget is 7.4 million for their,
But they're bringing in 2.5,
but they have leftover cash from previous years.
which
So,
was 2 million, right?
5,
2.5 million.
no, 5 million.
5 million.
So on page 121, you can see the carry forward is $5 million.
Carry forward. And where is that money on this budget, the $5 million?
It's just, it's all within the whole thing. It's the 5 million plus their new money coming in, and that's where we came up with the, I'm not sure, what's your question?
So it's,
Well,
it
if
is,
we're carrying forward $5 million, I would think that would be in special projects, right? If we're carrying that forward, so we are spending that money. Are we spending some of that $5 million on this budget? For expenses, like expenditures going out?
well, yes, we do spend special projects money for special
I'm
projects,
talking
whether
about
it's,
specifically that $5 million that's being carried forward. Because I don't, you'd think if it's being carried forward, it's allocated somewhere.
It's in between the reserve and the special projects. Yeah, divided throughout, yeah.
I see. And last year, $2.6 million out of that huge sum of money that was to be put aside in special projects, why were we left with, it looks like it'll probably be projected 1,500. So out of millions of dollars, $1,500 it says is projected. Can you help me with that, Barbara?
That's all they've spent in the
Right.
special projects. The rest they're saving for special.
They haven't identified it.
so to be honest with you,
see.
like, the
I
goal is to
see.
be stewards of the money. And I feel like from a department standpoint, we do a really good job of that. TDC can recommends some of these projects for us. We don't spend over. I think we spend less because we want to make sure we have something for that special, unique, whether it's a development, special project, whatever that's going forward. But since we don't collect, a lion's share like Tampa, Orlando, it just takes us a while to build it up. So even though you might see 4 or 5 million, it's not a lot of money when we're talking about looking at a project, let's just say in Homosassa or, the park, because a lower end sports complex, to be honest, starting out at $18 million, and, so it's not a lot of money, and we know this, so that's how we operate. And we'll continue to operate that going forward.
I think you cleared up a lot for me, and thank
Okay.
you, Barbara. You did also. I do want to ask you, so if we do, to Commissioner Bays's point, have a big project,
Right.
because it looks like the 1 penny, we keep chipping at that. This special projects and the 1 cent could go to some major project.
I think it could, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
no, that's part of the 4 pennies.
Well, the capital, we're talking capital,
Right.
that's brick and mortar, like for the most part,
Yeah,
so that's
but that's reserved only for the 5th penny.
correct. But the special projects would go toward services, programming, stuff like that. So it can be a combination. It just can't go
Because that's what we say, or that's what the state says?
state.
So we cannot flip another penny over? Are we allowed to do that?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to say no.
And I tried to stamp out the special projects moniker and just call it what it is. Like, when I run ad budgets for clients, it's basically a slush fund. If you get something, it's an unbudgeted amount of money. So when we get in mid-budget year, a new to us entity comes and pitches us on something really great that would be the 4 cents, then we have that money to then bite on that. But we don't do it willy-nilly. We're very careful. It's like, you better believe I ask the hard questions because I've run media budgets for so long. And so we have that money to do something big. Right. And also, one of the tenets of good marketing budgeting is that when times are good, going to corporate America, when times are good, you have money, but that's the last time you should actually increase your budget because everybody's driving up the cost of advertising and there's a lot of noise out there, so you don't stand out. Downturns are when it's great to have that reserve fund to turn around and advertise more, because there is absolutely no doubt losing so many hotel rooms on the west side has dramatically hurt our restaurants and tour operators. So anything we can do to assist them, otherwise, we may assist them in driving more traffic and trying to be really strategic about that.
I still believe at a state level, if I could change it and make more of that money go towards like the 1 penny, I think that Citrus County citizens to incorporate tourists into, they come, sometimes use and abuse and leave. We need a bigger benefit to our people in the county. Obviously, that's on a state level.
Well, I'm willing to listen and to fight along with you in that regard for us to do more things from clearly, it's the visitor from a statute standpoint, but it is our responsibility to make sure that the residents are also equally as valued, hence the survey that we put out, and we're really excited about that. But I'll say this, and I'm to be projecting a 13% increase during hurricanes, losing 14% of our hotel room revenue in the plantation, and it's even a larger number when you consider their marketing prowess that we don't no longer have. That was our biggest.
And all the FEMA hotel rooms that took up the remaining.
Yeah, that was our biggest ally. So, staff, and honestly, it's not even me. They're back there and they're kicking butt with less. And our new events, our flagship event, Partners in Tourism. You all have been invited and have attended many of our occasions. I think that the partners and the tourism partners are seeing more value in what we're doing and benefiting off of some of the marketing campaigns and initiatives that we're trying to do and have been doing. In regards to the 2 positions, we're looking at a research and analytics position, and we're looking at a coordinator, content social media coordinator, because we have one of the most robust social media platforms in the whole state of Florida, if not the Southeast.
We're second in the state of Florida.
I'm proud to say that. And it takes a lot.
Followers.
We work in evenings. I'm working Saturday. I'm on the Withlacoochee Trail. We don't work 40 hours a week. We work more. We're not complaining because we love what we do. I can show you the increases. I'm not asking for something that we can't afford because we can.
But I mean, you do your budget how you do it. It's not the general fund. I was just concerned when I saw 2.5 coming in and a $7 million budget. You could understand it. The confusion with the special projects.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis?
Avis, would you walk people through our recent threat in terms of taking tourist dollars and tourist tax dollars and taking off ad valorem?
Right.
It would have saved our individual taxpayer, I want to say $10.50 or something, and the per household was like $22 now. And I want to talk further on this, but I want those numbers because they're more top of mind with you.
When you look at, let's just say easy math, I think we have about 65 or 70,000 households in the county. Is that about right?
About 80.
80,000. Okay, so when you do like some division and look at our total collections, and let's just say 3 million, you're looking at about $40-ish per household. If you were to take away those tourism dollars, which were threatened at the State House, that were going on in the last session. But we, from the total tax collections and what the revenues bring in, we're basically over $500 in household income as far as tax savings that the tourism, that tourist visitors provide for our economy, and saving the tax dollars for local residents. Now, some of this comes in the way of many forms. Obviously, the hospitality industry, restaurants, hotels, but it also, benefits from a job creation standpoint. Sometimes we are known as the low hanging fruit or the low paying jobs, but it's one of the few industries where you actually don't have to have a college degree to become, a well-paying job in a career and to get up in management. But in regards to saving the residents, I think our communications have become better, and the residents are, I feel like they're understanding more about the value of tourism and what it brings into our economy. It's an economies in a scale, and it does increase our tourism tax base, our economy tax base.
I thought the household saving was like more close to 1,000.
Well, in 2022 was like 473 and stuff like that. So we're a little over.
Because we keep throwing numbers between individual and household, so we just need to make sure that we're keeping the numbers apples to apples.
Right. The individual is closer to $500, but the household, it kind of varies with that 2.3, 2.7 vary. So that kind of gives you up into that $1,000, which you're talking about. I like to kind of keep it conservative, and everything. But on average, from a household standpoint, that's where you get that.
So if you stop advertising, you're going to not completely shut down tourism, but over the course of maybe 5 years, you will absolutely tank tourism in our county. Now, this was not what this board was going to do. I'm just trying to educate folks on this, on the public. The state level was going to do that, and over a 5-year time frame with no advertising, you're going to tank tourism to save each household $50 a month on ad valorem versus $1,000 a month, which is what the tourism economy brings to everyone's household tax dollar, right?
And what it is Tampa.
It's just it's the law. It's the interwoven economy. We are very heavily tourism based.
Well, I think if anybody wants to research it, you can go look at Colorado.
Right. Yeah.
Colorado abolished tourism, and tourism has tanked in Colorado.
And it just now, that was over 20 years ago, they're just now coming back to normal levels about 3-4 years ago. So they hit a lull. But, to Commissioner Davis's point, the big players will be fine. Tampa, the Miamis, the Orlandos, they'll be fine. What happens is the smaller markets, the Marion counties, Pasco, Lake County, just places like that, we'll struggle because we'll get lost in translation. So, for example, we host a lot of influencers and media writers. I remember several months ago, Commissioner Kennard and I was out with, I think, some folks from Germany at that time. And we end up at one of the restaurants, not the name drop, but Waterfront Social. I believe it was a birthday. You were.
No, you don't have to share all the details publicly.
Okay. But when we go out and host these events, and the cool thing about the way it works is when we bring people into the market, media and influencers, we go out throughout the entire county. We're hosting 6 travel writers currently today, this week, and they'll be staying in Crystal River for a couple nights, and then in Inverness the next couple of nights. So hence why I'm working on Saturday, because I'll be riding probably about 20 miles on the Wiflacucci Trail. They'll be on e-bikes, and I'll be on a road bike. So fingers crossed, wish me luck. But those are the things we're doing, and we're putting that money, you're talking about the money, Commissioner Finnegan, is we put that money when we pay for these events, we pay for these hotels and these restaurants and these tour attractions in Homosassa. We just had Major Gator in Homosassa, over millions of views to Homosassa directly. And it's working out with the new Hooked on Homosassa, the Homosassa Area Council as well, which I'm proud to be a member of. We're proud to be members of as well. But we're putting those monies directly back into to the community and to the residents, to the pocketbooks of local business owners, to people who can employ people here, because we know jobs is an issue. It's going to continue to be an issue, but we're doing our small part.
Yeah, because if tourism tanks, you have businesses go out of business, you have unemployment skyrockets, and all of that ends up coming back on the tax bill for folks who are still employed. And on one final note, before we beat this to death, Madam Chair, so if you watched the meeting yesterday, you heard me question how big our fifth penny has gotten. I said, are we saving this up? Because the prior, the first couple of years I was on that board, it seemed like the temperature was no one wanted us to go over $1 million because the public would say, what the heck are you doing with that money? I'm with you. I want to save up for something that makes a difference. And personally speaking, to be legal, any capital improvement we do has to benefit tourism. Mm-hmm. However, you have the choice of things that benefit tourists only, or you have things that benefit tourists, but they also benefit our residents.
Correct.
And so that's what I would like to always aim for, is something that passes legal muster, that it definitely improves tourist attractions, but it's things that our community would really love to enjoy. Right. So by and large, you get more restaurants, you get more, all these other things that we enjoy as residents, right? Mm-hmm. And then more attractions. So you and I are on alignment on that. Yep.
Commissioner Barrick has something, but before she goes, I've been wanting to ask this. I was anticipating it being on this upcoming agenda on the 29th, but it's not there. But I've been asking for a very long time about having a registry for the Airbnb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
take it away, Office.
Yeah. So this is let's go. So I'm really excited about this. I despise the fact that money is being left on the table, and it's like I know it's there, but we couldn't do anything about it. Now we're heading in that right direction of finally finding that money, and most importantly, with this service, we'll be able to figure out not only where all these short-term rentals are, but what the percentage is of people who live outside of the county and out of the country who own these units. So we'll know that too as well. With that collection, of course, our budget will go up, which is a good thing. We'll have more money to do more things in a faster way. So with that registry, from what you're talking about, we will have the opportunity we can discuss this, of course, but we'll have the opportunity to, I would say, not offer up, but include a registration fee annually for all short-term rentals, Airbnbs, VRBOs, and all the other 50 other places that people list things, i.e. Craigslist and things of that nature. So that'll be another way that I think the county will be able to also increase some more monies. And
so when can we expect that to be on an agenda?
Oh, well, it just...
We voted it in yesterday.
Yeah, we just voted it yesterday for a recommendation for you guys for approval. So it'll be on the agenda once we kind of do the minutes in the office, and I'll run back there today to get those minutes done. If you want to let me out of here early.
If I may, I'm super excited about this. The board was as well. What was shocking is that Airbnb and VRBO are the two big players, and theoretically you could easily scrape those, but they represent only about half of the places that people list their properties on. And so this is actually going to give Crystal River an enforcement angle to Crystal River city limits to enforce. And I'm sorry for those of you that are running HOA, running Airbnb or short-term rentals in HOAs, but the HOAs are gonna have transparency because everything we do is public record. HOA boards can actually go in there and start shutting down short-term rentals if it's not in their covenants to do so.
The good thing about this service, and I'll end on this last, I'm sorry, Commissioner Berg, I know you have a question. The cool thing about this service is when we get all these listings, we have about between 1,800 and 2,000 listings, just so you guys know, for short-term rentals. I didn't know that, what the number was. Now I know. But we'll not only be able to send out notices of compliance, but we'll send the screenshots of their actual listing. Say, hey, here's your listed bedroom. Hey, here's your listed condo on this particular site last month. So you can't dispute about what's going on and everything. So it's going to be not only from a collection standpoint, but enforcement. The Department of Revenue, they receive collections. They're not enforcing it for us. And I have no idea of who's sending what. I have to know.
Commissioner Barrick?
It's a very short question that I have.
Okay.
I always thought that the tourist development was an enterprise account. And then I'm looking in here and I'm seeing a $7.4 million in our budget. Am I wrong? Are we putting out the 7.4 million?
No.
We are not.
Okay, so it is an enterprise thing that does its own thing.
Yes.
Okay. I looked at 121 and I saw, it says revenue. It says 7.4, and then it also says the cash carry forward. I saw where the 5 million is and all of that. And that's why I wanted to make sure. This is not in our budget. No, we're not giving you a penny to run this.
No.
But we're anticipating to get some revenue from it so we can do other things to bring more tourists in.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear that, this isn't costing the citizens any money.
No.
At this point. And I wanted it really, really
It's
clear.
saving money.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I wanted it really, really clear. This is not costing us.
No.
Okay? Maybe it is in roads and stuff like that. But the more we do to get our tourism numbers up, the better we are in our county.
And
We're
we're
a small
focusing on
business.
quality versus quantity as well, but
Right.
tourism too as well. We don't want to. It's not about getting thousands and thousands more here. It's just more so the most bang for our buck.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The wealthier and better behaved they are, the more they're
Correct.
welcome.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on the administration budget?
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, you said administration budget. Okay, so I'm going back to page 110. That's the administration budget, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Number one, why is the construction manager on that page? Why isn't he in facilities?
He's removed from there. He was
Okay,
in
I
there.
had a couple of dumb questions, To me, the construction manager is facilities, not administration.
Right, he was removed. He was there in 23, 24. He was removed in 24, 25, and he's still out in 25, 26.
Well, okay, so he's going to facilities, okay.
Correct.
Now, I may be wrong, but I think we pay a lobbyist, and I found that if I'm paying a lobbyist, I really don't need an intergovernmental affairs manager. Because I go online and I can get stuff from Mr. Doolin about small county and what's going on up at the Capitol. And our lobbyists, we're paying, so if our lobbyist is being paid, we should be getting information from our lobbyists, and we should maybe set our contract a little bit different and have our lobbyists tell us what's going on and bring it back to us on a more regular basis. I don't think that we should have an intergovernmental affairs person that comes to a meeting with me and two people from Ashley Moody's office. I don't need that person with me, okay? I'm talking to them, they're talking to me. And I'm sure it's a nice job, intergovernmental, but I really don't feel there's a need for that. Also, when it comes to this special projects manager, that should be, eliminated also. And it's my personal opinion, and I'm sure some of the other directors don't think that way, but every time we do a project, I don't need to know, well, this piece of paper was mailed, this piece of paper came back. All I want to know, how far along is it? How close is it to being done? Okay, not 50 million, well, this tick, this tick, this tick. No. I just want to know, is it being enough? So special project manager, I don't think we need. So those are 3 questions I had. One you said is moved now to the growth management, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the other 2, those are my opinion. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I had a statement just in the future, no big deal now. I had discussed this with Ms. Wilson. I would like to see, like, we have a budget for special funds, special revenue funds. I would like to see how those all, like, what makes that up. Visitors Bureau is just one. Let's see what makes up that pot of money. And like miscellaneous funds we had talked about, I kind of got that. That was a smaller amount. But, you know, some of these just bucket of funds that we don't know what gets piled in there, maybe just, you know, in addition to the budget of this, what makes up the funds. And that was it, except for not speaking about the people, but speaking about positions. Commissioner Barrick is not off in saying that, because I do get updates from many different sources. We have 2 lobbyists, federal and state, and we get updates from them also. I actually have had this conversation with Mr. Howard about positions. Again, not the people, but when we're looking at positions, because we may have some stellar people, what else could they be doing, or can we combine positions? We're a little heavy. You're not off. We're a little heavy.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think you got to look at all these, positions. Obviously, we have less positions we had, and you had no 5. Some of these positions actually do other things. What gets tracked gets done. I can tell you, 32 months into this county, stuff was not getting done. I can tell you we've got a track record of getting stuff done, and you got to track it. So we're doing like 1,000 activities. There's a lot of those things you got to have people doing that. And just like this one position, which I think originally we budgeted was in administration, but it went into facilities or whatever. That's another good example of, we have somebody now actually doing a skill set in those jobs. James, example, that position does do other things. I can tell you, I was just at the meetings you were at, the Florida Association of Counties. They actually came into a meeting I was at and asked for any of the managers to raise their hand if they have an intergovernmental manager position like we have currently. And it's important to actually have those because they actually do other things. Currently, you just passed the lobbyist ordinance. Someone's got to monitor that. So there's other things that your Doge is a good example. So all those things actually kind of happen as well. We can always look at those things and maybe cut back and look at those kind of things, but there's positions you got to have for a lot of reasons. What gets tracked gets done. Also, even locally with vendors and contractors and things like that, we've actually helped with that position as well. Contractors and things like that with Duke and other things. There's other things that position does just on top of just those things.
I'm
So,
going to rebut that.
Yep.
These jobs were done previous to these higher salary positions being formed, and the jobs were done. And at this point, I, as a administrator position up here, looking at money, they are non-essential because people did do them previous, and we didn't have any problem. And I'm sorry, but, you can get yourself whatever you want, but these are high-paying positions. We cannot afford to keep spending people's money. They're not going to have it, okay? 2.5% is what most of these people are saying they're raising an automatic across the board. I'm waiting to see what the COLA comes in at. And right now, I think it's probably going to be about 2.2. 51% of our citizens are at a COLA level. And I have to look at them and I have to say, well, we got 2.5% because, okay? And then we have positions that don't really need to be there. We don't need managers. If you want an assistant to do this, fine, but not a manager, not a man. I mean, you want to hire somebody for $15 an hour, fine. But that's not what we're looking at here. I'm looking at values that are a lot more than $15 an hour. And the thing is, I have to be responsible to the citizens and cut back unnecessary spending. Now, that's my position.
Commissioner, I don't know why I want to call you
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I think
Administrator Howard.
I say those are all good points, and I think, I've done a deep dive on this community I went back to 2008, everything's doubled. I mean, health insurance, retirement contributions, utilities, machinery, equipment, inmate things. But I will tell you, 491 wasn't done, so obviously you didn't have people doing that. The barge canal, we made tremendous progress, so that wasn't getting done. So all these things are happening, but it takes people to do it. And I wish this, we weren't at 160,000 population. It's a $500 million organization with 800 employees, 36 division. There's a lot of activity, a lot of work going on. I wish there wasn't so many F-bombs. If you look at the new, what I call newfound money that came forward, $8 million, you just seen that 56% of it's gone, constitutional officers. You only have a certain amount of pennies to work with. I've actually looked at that. 39 cents of every dollar you get goes to public safety. So when you're trying to do that, you have some funding, but you don't got a lot left. I wish I was Santa Claus and I could give things away, cut things, but things cost money. It's always good to look at everything. I agree with that. You look at everything and analyze that. But again, you go back to 2005, you have less positions than you had today than you had then, and you have more work and more activities. So you gotta look at all those things. But you look at all those things, you look at those best practices, and you find out if you're going ahead or backwards. But you look at all of it, and those are decisions you got to make. And the board has to fund it, and you have done that in the past. So those are decisions you'll make as a policy. But what gets done has to get measured, and you got to have people to do that. Our stuff doesn't get done.
Our citizens, I went online last night and I looked up the median income for Citrus County, $73,000. $73,000 is the median. That's the middle. You expect people that make below that to keep paying higher and higher and higher taxes without having to lose their residence or lose their, sanity? We talk about these Alice populations. We have people come in. We have, things all about this Alice. We are creating the Alice by keeping positions that are non-necessary.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I'm not all with you. I think we're a little heavy. I'm not there. I think, Mr. Howard, what could be helpful, obviously not today, but maybe in the future, I see the benefit of having someone track all the projects because we're getting things done. So to me, that's a cost savings to citizens. I see the benefit if we have a construction manager that's on top of the projects, if it's helping keep the costs down, I see the cost savings. The legislative, when I voted to approve it, I said I want to see what kind of money is coming in because of that. I haven't seen that yet. So if I'm missing that, that would be something for you to bring back. And something else that Commissioner Berg didn't bring up that I have mentioned, it does seem like we're a little heavy. We have I don't know all their titles, but we have, our communications person and then someone just over social media and someone doing some videos. Like them all great. I just feel like we're a little heavy. I think some of these jobs with all these extra positions that were added, they really could be combined. In a couple of areas, do I personally think that we could save money and we have really sliced and diced some of the tasks? Yes. Not all the way here. I do see the positions that you've added that really save us money. There's some other ones that I don't see the cost savings, and I think that we're heavy. So I guess saying that, unless just you, like everyone else, if these positions by the time we're at the end can't be defended and we need money, everything's up for grabs.
Yeah, and of course, as you are familiar, we sent a document to you on Friday with some of the, like Medicaid's went up $715,000. We can't control that. These other increases and things like that. So I think
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like positions.
Right.
If we have a multiple teams just to communicate.
And I think we could look at that and consider. I've actually did a deeper dive on some of these positions. I've compared them to other counties, whether they're the same population, larger populations, and in most categories we have less than other organizations have. But we can continue to look at it. Actually, I've taken that into consideration, and several of them have a lot more than we have. And of course, if you don't have the positions, you can't do some of this work. But we can look at everything. I said I'm open to looking at that, looking at outcomes, metrics, and things like that. And I wish we could cut and we have less positions. I wish that we didn't have all these increases today. That makes it very difficult because before we got here today, we already had to do a big heavy lift and cut millions and millions of dollars. You can see how difficult this is just to figure out $8 million. We've already done this heavy. We had 100 positions that people wanted that they didn't get those positions. So these are difficult conversations, just like you all have those difficult conversations. And I wish I could go out and say, I don't need these positions. Oftentimes, you need some of these positions to actually carry this business out. So, but we're always open to looking.
Well, I do want to thank you all, and Ms. Wilson and Barbara and Steve and probably Maricel, whoever was instrumental, at all the staff and budget, because I do realize, but that makes me want to say to all of our departments again, when we say try to work within your budget, that doesn't mean go and ask for a ton more staff and more money. Again, government never gets smaller. It just grows and grows. It's so much easier to add than to ever take away. Now we're at, I feel like a fever pitch point that we have some very important things that we have to fund. Well, everything's important, but it makes the decisions tougher. And if those in charge of everything, of your little worlds, can bear that in mind to run as efficiently as possible, it would make our jobs easier. And like we discussed earlier, let us see it in writing, so it saves us a lot of time.
And I know Tammy's going to do a great job for us, and Barb. And one of the best things we did, I think, was, like I said, on Friday, we sent this out, which is a high level, kind of showing you where the money goes. We have other documents we're working on to show where the pennies go, because oftentimes when I got the public, they assume this whole board has total control of the dollar bill. That's not reality. When you start actually looking at these unfunded mandates, constitutional officers, jails, all the stuff you have to pay for. So we can do a much better job at that, and I'm confident Tammy and her staff will continue to improve upon this budget to be more clear, transparent, and also have those documents that you're requesting.
Thank you.
I want to go back was the dollar bill that you all put up earlier, and it's based on an assessed value of $169,873, and then your exemptions. So if you divide that dollar, there you go, right there. The county gets $1,069.85. And then you've got two cities over there to the right. And if you look at their dollars, and I'm not sure exactly of the populations, but I believe they're like 7,000 and under for two cities. And that's what they're charging.
And under county, all the constitutionals.
And yes.
Come
and
out
the
of that.
unfunded mandates.
Yep.
So, I mean, sometimes you have to put this in perspective. I'm not telling you that I don't want to cut or I don't want to be frugal, but we have to be realistic. The unincorporated area and all the services, I mean, when the sheriff and public safety, what is, I'm trying to figure out, like, so corrections, law enforcement, fire services, and the medical services, can you guys help me out? Like here, you've got 39 cents.
39 cents out of every dollar is public safety.
And at the end of the day, all we control out of this is just the ad valorem, just the taxes on the personal property. So we went from 104 million to, was it 122, I believe?
112
No. It
for
was
the general fund.
104.
104,
We went to 122. Is that right?
112.
Because it's 8 million. 112.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and then one thing that we've heard is we want our roads done. So we have funded that at 0.4 of a mil over the last couple years to get ahead on a backlog of $300 million of deferred maintenance. And I looked at these numbers, and I'm not trying to jump ahead, but I think we have to kind of talk about the big picture of what we can actually affect here. If we do the rollback rate and we stayed even, it's what, 2 million in savings? Is that? I'm looking for my numbers. I got so many.
2.8, I think. I think it's like $40 a citizen, and the biggest impacts the Walmarts and.
Yes. Do you have that number? So what
Yes,
would
we have that.
what would the citizen save And then what would a big box store save or do?
So we have up here, it's $40 for an average home. They would save if we went to the rollback rate. The restaurant chain, you know, we looked at like Olive Garden and Chili's and these restaurant chains we have Outback, $823 a year. Walmart, and this is all Walmarts, $15,000. In Duke, they would save $480,000-ish.
Commissioner Bays,
So-
I was not, anything, what I'm looking for now, when everything, you know, to save the taxpayers, it's because $7 million was taken out of the road resurfacing, and that's the one thing that people keep saying, you have all this money, why can't you do it? We pay, it's not getting done. So my direction, when I'm gonna make some suggestions of where to cut, me saving taxpayer money isn't suggesting rollback so they can save $40. It's to get stuff done that they want done. It's to get that $1.3 million in a reserve account for a potential COPS grant. And if that falls through 10 deputies, those are the two things I'm looking at. Last night, really, I scoured this looking for $5 million just for roads. That's before the sheriff was talking about the 1.3, and you know, I may have come up with $3 million. It depends. We you know, if we take a scalpel, some of these new positions, maybe we could scalpel out. Library budget too. Maybe that's the one that we do roll back. And I don't know, can then we consider that to put into the ad valorem? I don't know, we're not to that conversation yet, but just so everyone's aware of how long, because the meeting's long, that's the train that I'm driving right now. Trying to find money to fund road resurfacing and a potential COPS grant to get 20 new deputies. That's where I am. Without raising the millage.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
I don't want to raise the millage and I don't want to roll it back. And I have the same concerns that Commissioner Finnegan has, that we're not funding road resurfacing as well as we should. Dropping that budget is bad. On the other hand, I do also understand, you said government never gets smaller. Well, as long as you have increasing population, no, it's not, you know, and so there is going to have to be increases in everything else besides road resurfacing, simply because we have more population. We also know that growth doesn't pay for itself on the residential side, but it does on the commercial side. So all of this really makes me wish I had a PhD in economics, because it's difficult. It's all interwoven, right? So my feeling is, you know, and there are areas that are pretty difficult for me to be okay with cutting. And I'm actually kind of on board with you on trying to, but I would leave that in the capable hands of our CEO to figure out what we can do with that. This is now my 5th budget season. I know that at this point, all we're doing is setting the highest millage that we will set. That's it. And so then they take in all of this, and I know this is your 3rd budget season, but I'm doing this also for the public, right? Sure. So they will take all of this feedback, and a lot of times, with Mr. Howard in particular, I want to say it was 2 years ago, right? You found money between this meeting and the second meeting. You found savings, and we were able to put that into road resurfacing.
And I'd say if you give us direction, parameters, and then let us go do our job, and we'll do our best.
You know, IT is a huge fear factor for me, because if we get hit, that's not going to be pretty, and it's all going to fall on our shoulders if we have not funded IT. And road resurfacing are my 2 big things, but I also don't want to impoverish the rest of staff to get to the road resurfacing budget we need. We hired the financial strategic planning firm. Where are we with getting projected numbers for growth and so forth? So if we don't come up to where we need to on road resurfacing this year by a little bit, and that makes my heart hurt to say that, but are the projections, because of all this new commercial growth, are the projections that it will be much easier to hit our target next year?
not 5 years from now, but next year, that we take a little bit of a pause because we did slash, in my opinion, too deeply and for too long. Not too deeply at first. I believe Chair Bays was on the commission that had to, it was a bloodletting after the Duke issue. But I think we held it back for so long that we have become we were inefficient over time. You know, you look at the cost to repair a level 10 road versus a level 7 road. That's just stupid money management. And this commission, prior to my time, did that for a long time. And so I'm okay with a pause for 1 year. I'm not okay with a long pause on road resurfacing. Not pause is the wrong word. A little underfunded. So I'd be really interested to see if, you know, what money can you save on the current budget that doesn't hurt our long-range planning, because most of us on this board are very targeted towards, you know, set it and forget it, at least for now, on the millage. Get the stuff done that we need to get done, but look long ball to make sure that we are making squeezing every single drop out of every single tax dollar. So I'd be interested to see where you can cut, but then also what those projections are. So if there's still a delta that we're not quite coming up to what we need to in road resurfacing, what does next year look like in the year after?
Actually ask staff to kind of, maybe if Barb could explain how did we get to the money last year, you know, for road resurfacing? Because there was some interesting, the way we actually got to that number and how we were able to accomplish it. And I think there is a path forward on some of those things. I think in the next couple weeks, our consultant's coming forward for the financial planning. They're going to be doing that. Also, we have, you know, Mott McDonald doing their analysis and things like that. And I think that's going to be a great opportunity. But one of the challenges is we're backed into how much money we have to work with. You've seen with a little over $8 million. You've seen the request, 56% of it is gone, basically, constitutional officers. And you look at these other things, you do have these new positions, which I think they said that's $700,000. Suppose we said don't do that, put that towards it. That doesn't get you to the 5 to the 6 million point that you want to be at. But I would like to have Barb maybe talk about last year, how did we get to that number? And then some suggestions she might have too. There's some pots of money potentially going forward that could get that up. We could also have that afterwards, after today's discussion, you know, to kind of come back, look and see what we can do to tighten up some things. So if we could let Barb talk for a moment, if that's appropriate.
So just so you know, for FY25, for the 0.4 of a mil, we had like $5.6 million. We also had savings in that in fund balance that we didn't have appropriated, so we put another $2 million in. From gas tax, we typically only do $4 million, and then we use some fund balance that we had, and we put $8 million in. So historically, we've been only putting in $4 million. So that's why we ended up being so much higher last year, because we were using all of our reserves to do the big push to get us forward. So then this year, what we have is like $6 million that the 0.4 of a mil generates, and we're putting an extra $460,000. We had some fund balance money from this year from the general fund of $2 million that we're putting in there. We also we bumped up the gas tax from $4 million to $4.5 million. And so we have about like $13 million this year compared to the $19 million we had last year.
And where does that put us on miles done year over year over year?
I'd have to have staff come up with that. Obviously, it determines on the condition of the roads, obviously, with what you're doing.
Well, I know there's a lot
yeah.
of moving parts on that.
Yeah.
There's, you know, it's more expensive to repair
Yep.
the ones that are in worse repair and yada, yada.
We had an issue with one of them even this past year where we thought we'd have to go down 2 inches. We had to go down 4 inches. Of course, that's a cost driver and things like that, but maybe Carl can kind of.
Having $30 million over the last 2 years was a big help. Going from that to $13 million, we're gonna, definitely gonna see a decrease. But I think with what we're getting from Mott McDonald, the assessment of the roads, I think we're gonna be able to come to you very soon with a presentation to show how we're best to allocate the funds that we do have to get the best bang for the buck. And that may be more preservation to some of the roads we currently have, rather than just trying to go out and get the older roads repaved. But again, it all comes down to funding. And roads will be identified that require just a mill and overlay, and roads will be identified that need full depth reclamation, which is a lot more costly.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Barbara, he's saying the 13.9, which is here, but at the bottom of the spreadsheet that I got from yesterday, it's 15 million. Is that, I think that's with the gas
The gas tax
taxes.
added in, yes.
Okay. So really, I mean, that includes everything, right? Then that would be 15 million that he would have to resurface roads. And that's why I was saying another 5 million, because I keep hearing the $20 million mark. Is that where
21.
you're at? Is that what you decided on?
21.
21 goes up
By
every
another
year.
It does.
I remember when I was running for office, so we're just talking 2022, it was like, if we just had $10 million, everything would be great. You're expensive, Carlton.
I know.
So let's take an apple or a bite out of the apple here on the elephant in the room. So I don't know how many miles. I know we've bumped this up over the last couple of years, the roads that we've paved. And then we've put forth an administrative regulation on these new subdivisions. We're not going to accept roads.
Correct.
And if we've got a $300 million backlog of road resurfacing and we can't keep pace with that, that number's gonna continue to grow because of inflation. So we just keep repeating the same thing. We're not fixing anything because we don't, by the time we get through this, the roads that we've already paved are going to be in worse shape than they are now.
Even if we had a sales tax increase, it would not cover the backlog.
Exactly. So this is the one thing that I have been saying. If we don't take a corrective action to start creating some MSBU's for road resurfacing, we're not fixing anything, and we're never going to get ahead of this curve.
I agree.
So, I mean, it's got to be a conversation of this board. How do we move forward? Do we start taking the roads that have been done in the last 5 years and start putting them on an MSBU? Do we let people come to us voluntarily and say, whether it's Pine Ridge or Citrus Springs or whatever subdivision's out there, and say, we want to voluntarily sign up and put money into an MSBU for our road resurfacing? I don't know the answer to that, but if we don't start talking that way, all of this is pointless.
That's the only answer.
Because we're never going to fix this.
I agree. Yeah, maybe what we could do is put together some options for an MSBU and how that would look either by district, by neighborhood, or how it could be segregated so that it would be fair and equal to all. Because the way we're doing it, we're never going to catch up.
I don't know if you do it by, if you did get a sales tax, and we said, if your road's been done within the last so many years, we're gonna buy down a portion of it, or I don't know what the mechanism is and how to get there. Maybe McDonald knows that, but we've got to start moving in a direction that we fix this forever in perpetuity, because there's not going to be enough money to do all the things that people want done.
I agree.
Madam Chair, I have long been in agreement that I think that all of our residential roads need to go on an MSBU, but you struck at the heart of the matter is the fairness doctrine that we've been collecting ad valorem and gas taxes. And so if you've just gotten your road done, woohoo, you got it paid for. And then there's folks that we just heard you say, you're gonna resurface ones that are, and we're gonna hear about it, oh, you just redid a road that didn't have any potholes because that's more cost efficient, yet the people that are driving down their road that is a quilt work of patches and active potholes, they're not gonna be done. And the unfairness of that is pretty large. So I like what the chair said about, if you've had your road done in the last 5 years, we put you on an MSBU, but when the time comes in 15 years, you've paid in, right? And so we come and repave your road. But those who haven't been done,
It's just going to be a waiting process for us to continue to do ad valorem, gas tax, et cetera, until we get to your road. However, the wealthier neighborhoods can always say, come to us and say, we are willing to chip in 20% or whatever to jump to the head of the line. And that's awful. It's economics. Those that are less economically successful deserve to have a non-potholed road too. But we will get to them at zero cost to them because it's coming out of zero additional cost. So I don't know. There's somewhere in there's got to be an answer that is not, there is no perfect, fair, 100% fair answer, but there's an answer in there that's fair enough that it'll get us through.
Yep. When we do the presentation for the condition of our roads and what it's going to take in the future, maybe that would be the perfect time to bring those opportunities to you on how we could fund it in the future.
One other question I have. So when we're talking about the funding of roads, the monies that we've set aside here, the whatever it is, $12 million, how do the SCOP roads fit into that portion?
Well, the SCOP is already kind of preset on a 5-year schedule. The funding for that is...
Yeah, I'm talking about what it's going to cost us, our portion. So, and I'm going to go specific. I know that we got the funding in July from the state for Apopka. October 1, our portion comes in, but then in 26, we have the funding set, or it's in the queue for Gospel Island. But we already know that dollar amount is so high that can we afford to do that?
It is. It's already in the program. Barb can kind of tell us how that is preset. But with Gospel Island, what we're going to get from the state is pretty much a very small amount. It's like a $1.2 million cap that they've put on the SCOP funding for those roads. So the rest of it is coming from the county. And we've kind of already got that set into the budget process where our portion is already saved. And then as we go each year, we look at the next SCOP road, what the state's going to give us, what our match is going to be for that next road, and pick the best road or the most needed road to get resurfaced through the SCOP program.
But I want to make sure that, like, how that funding is set aside, because that you've told me in the past that we may not have the funding to match the SCOP dollars. And that's my concern. If we're putting a project on the list and it's coming up next year and people are expecting that, but there's a potential that we may not have the dollars. That's what I'm trying to address.
Right. It would have to be a very high increase in some sort of service or material. If we had a large increase in asphalt cost, it could throw us off. But we always try to plan for that future and increase our money so that we make sure we have the funds available. And then a lot of times the state comes through and helps us out. I know that there's a section of C39 that we're going to be doing this year that they just came to us and said, we've got some additional funding. Would you be willing to let us do another few miles of C39 with the Coochie Trail? And we took that funding. So we're in constant contact with the state.
You see if they can do that for Orange Avenue? Yes, Commissioner Barrick.
I may be wrong, but I think Barbara said that she could get us up to 13 million, okay, for roads, if you did finagling and stuff. What about the 11 million difference between on sheet number 4 that says if the ad valorem stayed the same, instead of the 132 million, we'd get 143 million? You know, I know we're gonna get it increased by just staying the same due to the fact that property values have gone up. And we've also got businesses came online. And that's approximately 11 million, correct? I'm not sure. Looks like this.
Yes, that's increasing the total millage, but
Okay, so if you could take my 6.7 million from page 393 and get it to go to 13 with the little playing around, you could take the 11 million and now we're up to 24 million.
no,
What?
Okay.
that's already been budgeted in that amount. We've already accounted for those funds.
Oh, you already accounted for those funds?
Yes, those are
Okay.
already, we balanced the budget with this millage.
Oh, you balanced the budget, taking that 11 million into effect? So you-
Correct.
So you've already spent my 11 million? Okay. Carlton, I heard you say something about some roads are never gonna get repaved. again. And you know what? When people are living on streets that have plants growing in the street, and they are paying property taxes, you are going to be hearing a whole lot from a whole lot of people, not just me,
I understand.
okay? And when you tell them that you're gonna repave a road that just got paved 5 years ago, because, oh, it'll keep it up better,
Not repave the road.
you're really not gonna make a whole lot of friends and, influence people around here.
I understand.
Okay, it's one of those things where we have so many people that have contacted us from so many different areas that would like work done on their street because it's so bad. They need new shocks, they need new tires, kids can't play, there's all different things, not counting the flowers and plants. But my question is, how do you think the people are gonna feel in, say, Citrus Springs, where they pay an MSBU, where they contribute $800,000 a year to residential road resurfacing? And you're gonna tell them, oh, well, you need to get a higher MSBU to get more road resurfacing. You really think they're gonna like that idea?
Of course not, but that's why I was saying, we need to bring some options to you so we can look through it and see what would be the most fair for all. I look at it more towards, it's like maintaining your car. If you don't change the oil, eventually you're gonna have a very big price tag to fix the
We've
car.
already got a big
It's the
price
same
tag.
way with the roads. If we don't maintain what we've put money and funds into, if we don't stretch that to last as long as possible, we're just throwing money out the window.
Well, that's the thing, when I look at this dollar thing, and it says that people in Inverness pay $918 for property taxes, whereas the non-incorporated pay $1,069. That's 1,089, yeah, 69. If you live in Inverness, you pay that 1,000, plus you pay the 918. But if I lived in Inverness, I'd have city water, city sewer, sidewalks. There's not too many complaints about the roads. You've got walking things you can go to. So they have amenities. Okay, they do pay the sheriff for police. They do pay the sheriff for the fire. Not what they should, but they do pay some. So they do have, all these coverages that unincorporated people have, but they have added. That's why they're willing to pay the $918 more. But we as a county have to try and come up with making everybody in our county happy. And it's not gonna happen if we just keep raising taxes and not giving services. And when people, and I know, I listened to the Metro guy, and the Metro guy said the same thing. Some streets are never gonna get paved. If I'm paying over $1,000 a year in property taxes, and you tell me my street's never gonna get paved, that's ridiculous. Okay, and that's what I'm hearing from all the different places. People don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. That's not fair to anybody. So when I try and cut jobs and cut this and cut that to keep the prices down, it's because I'm trying to do what I'm supposed to do. And you have to find the best way to do the paving. Maybe it's going out and getting our own trucks again and having our own crews and doing our own paving instead of contracting out. Because they used to do that. We used to have our own department. So you may want to check out those prices and see what it would cost if we went out and did it on our own.
We'll look into it.
I appreciate that.
You got it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to the community services budget, if we're good with that. I don't know. Right. So in here we have our, let's see, we have our special revenues, and for animal services and libraries, the special taxing districts. So this incorporates a lot of departments, and community centers, ground maintenance, housing, parks and rec, support, veterans, boat, drug court, library, parks, teen court. The library services did create a reserve account for future capital projects, the HVAC, the roofs, the renovations that they're going to see as buildings begin to deteriorate. So I did want to make a comment about that. Are there questions on this budget?
I think that's been covered pretty well.
Okay. All right, we can move on to public safety. This includes our fire rescue, fire impact fees are our special revenue, fire vehicle trust, our enterprise fund is EMS and our EMS vehicle trust. They did reduce the transfer from the general fund to EMS from 2.5 to 2 million this year. Do we have questions on this budget?
I think so.
No? Okay. All right, now we'll go on to growth management. So ad valorem takes care of administration, code, and land development. The enterprise fund is our building vehicle trust, and building technology. In our software, we have year 2 of the new permitting application. In 24-25, the support was included in the building tech fund. The transfer to the tech fund was reduced by $500,000. Any questions for growth management? All right, moving right along now. All right, public works. Here we go. We have our ad valorem, includes aquatics, aviation, facilities management, road maintenance, and technical services. Our enterprise funds are solid waste, hazardous waste, litter control, long-term care, recycling, solid waste, construction and project, and solid waste vehicle trust. Our special revenues include the Beverly Hills MSBU, the Citrus Springs MSBU, gas tax, road impact fees, and the stormwater MSBU. Gas tax has the 4.5 in road resurfacing, and road maintenance has 6.5 in that. We kind of covered that in the last discussion, the last hour. So are there any other questions? Oh, there's an internal service fund. Sorry, I couldn't see that. Fleet management, fleet vehicle trust, and general government vehicle trust. Any questions on this? All right. Water resources. So this includes our utilities, water conservation, connection fees, renewal and replacement, and the utility vehicle trust. The increase is related to a reserve, Yeah, about a $5 million increase in the reserve. Questions?
Nope.
All right. So we get into our administrative support, which includes GIS, management and budget, human resources, and system management. We did have some personnel increases in those requests, and most of it was salary and benefits, the rest of it. Any questions for those departments? No? All right, our non-operating budgets, there's several of those, and the next 2 slides really could have been combined together, but we didn't want to make it too small to read. We have administrative services, capital improvement, the detention services, economic development, your general fund, public safety, reserve and transfers, tax collector, and the ARPA. I will make a mention, the ARPA is money that was interest we've earned. We're waiting to hear from the feds what they want us to do with that. I have a strong feeling, and so does Ms. Luckham, that we're going to have to return those funds. Historically, any money at the schools, when we've earned money on federal, we always had to return it back to them. So we're kind of holding that right now. Capital improvement will include $2 million in the final budget for roads resurfacing. So we are trying to pull some money, from different places. The next page is just our debt service, street lighting, district special assessments, insurance trust, and our miscellaneous revenues. And if you look at the increase and the decrease of the 2 pages, it's nets about 1.3 million increase for all those departments. Okay, any questions on those? All right, now the big one, the millage discussion. So today, you're voting on your tentative millage. The goal today is you will vote on whatever your maximum that you can vote. You have 2 more hearings coming up. Our major concerns today, our major rate considerations are your general fund. We have no millage rate change per your request of March. The reserve that's budgeted right now is 14.39% or 53 days. I did want to mention that we do have some funds we're anticipating to come back from FEMA, and if we get back everything, it would increase our fund balance to approximately 17.59. And just keep in mind that our bond rating is in a very good place due to our fund balance. And, that's very important to have your fund balance, your operating days.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard, you've
If
been
or
very
when
quiet
those-
today.
What's that?
You've been very quiet
Just
today.
listening, making notes. If and when those FEMA dollars come back and take us to the 17%, how many days of reserve is that?
That would be 64 days total.
64?
64
Okay.
at 17.
That's
A little more than 2 months.
a better number, given that FEMA's getting gutted and we're about to face the full fury of hurricane season.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Finnegan?
This is completely off topic. Please forgive me. Mr. Howard, I need to address Reese. Reese, I'm supposed to be at a Springs Initiative meeting at 2:00, and I told them I would go because who would have thought? Could you please make contact? You have my emails. Carrie Ann Atkins, I think, is the one that sent it, but I'm sure you can find it. They reached out yesterday to confirm again, and I said, yes, I'll be there. I'm not going to be there. Thank you. Sorry, board.
That's all right.
I think it may have been important to know the attendance for a quorum, so that gives them 45 minutes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, board.
Right. Also, in your millage rate to consider today, your transportation millage, there's no, as we talk about road resurfacing, you have no millage rate increase proposed today. The budget does include approximately $13.1 million for road resurfacing out of the transportation millage. All right. Your general fund construction in progress, which is your Duke, your carry forward right now is about 2.6 in that fund. And then your EMS subsidy has been reduced to $2 million from the 2.5 as you consider your millage rates. I lost my track on my pages. Okay. So before we move to motions, or is there more discussion, more questions for my department?
I have some comments.
Commissioner Finnegan?
So in looking for some money, there was a couple things that I noticed that maybe we could squeak out some money this year. One, and forgive me, I did not have a chance to talk to Carlton about this, but looking at our CIP, in this budget is $3.5 million for the courthouse renovation, which has to happen. I think it's important, but we're not moved out yet. So I didn't know when we were on track. We need to keep building money in the budget, but we're not getting it all done this budget cycle. So if you wouldn't mind, maybe Carlton could help out with that. So my thoughts were to budget what we could spend and then break it up and fully fund it for completion in the next budget cycle. How does that sound, Carlton?
Well, let me kind of give you the timeline that we're working on. We had the 2.9 that's already in the budget that we're off to the races on for the work that needs to be done to the Coca-Cola building. Those plans have been vetted through both the clerk's IT as well as the public defender for their space, and that's being designed. We're hoping to go out to bid for that very soon. I would think in the next 4 months at the most, we'd be ready to go out to bid. The 3.5 was for the second floor of the courthouse. So public defender would be one moving into the Coke building. Clerk's IT would be another moving into the Coke building. As far as the commissioners and our legal services, the thought was we would get the lease put together with the city of Inverness when we had the ability to get their permission to move forward with that. We've got a lease document that's gone back and forth a couple of times. We were hoping for January 1 for that lease to start, give us a couple of months to get the renovations done.
2026?
Correct.
So you think that the public defender and everyone, the Coke building's ready and you're going to move people in January of 2026?
No. This is for just the commissioners.
Okay.
As well as legal services
But to
to move
start
out
the
of the second
renovation,
floor.
you have to get people in the Coke building.
For the second floor, we have to get them out of the second floor to be able to start renovations on the second floor of the courthouse. So yes, we have to get the bids out, we have to get the construction completed of the Coke building, and then, of course, we have to have the lease and whatever is going to have to be done with some minor alterations there to the city hall to get you and legal services over there, but we're hoping all of that's going to take place in 2026. At the same time, we've already started on the design of the second floor of the courthouse for 2 additional new courtrooms for the judges.
So you haven't started construction on the Coke building?
Not yet. We're probably
So-
3 or 4 months to go out to bid for what needs to be done to the Coke building.
So do you think that you would begin, when do you think you'd actually begin construction here? Everybody's moved out, permits, you have it, you have a plan, you have people up there renovating. When do you think that's happening?
Usually I would say about 14, 15 months, we would be ready to move folks in on the second floor.
No, that's when your construction would be completed. I'm saying, when do you think you're going to start construction?
I would say we go out to bid in 3 months, then that gives us a couple of months to get the contractor picked.
But
and
you're
then,
not going out to bid in 3 months from now, right? Because you are far away from getting the Coke building done, right?
Right, I'm talking about the Coke building. So in other words,
No, I'm talking about upstairs. When do you think you're going to start having people constructing upstairs?
13, 14 months.
From now, from today. You think you're going to have the Coke building all done in 13 and 14 months?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, So does that help my point then? I don't think that you're going to expend all $3.5 million in this budget cycle?
No, but a lot of those contracts is going to be put in place. So those funds will be put into POs and everything will be set up for the construction that would flow then into the next fiscal year. But we also had put in money for the third floor of the courthouse. Once we move through that Coke building renovation, second floor renovation, we're moving right to the third floor renovation, which would include moving staff off the third floor to make room for an additional set of courtrooms.
So to ask you plainly, do you feel like within the 25-26 budget, so by September 30th of next year, do you feel like you're going to expend $3.5 million?
I think we'll be encumbered.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a question.
Commissioner Barrett?
Mr. Hall, how long are we anticipating renting space for the commissioners?
Could be up to 10 to 12 years.
10 to 12 years?
Could be. Depends on how we move forward with funding for
that's what I
future
wanted to
space
know. In other
needs.
words, this is not going to be like a short-term thing that we're going to just give $1 a year to the city of Inverness. No. We're going to be giving them thousands and thousands of dollars over a, say, 10-year period.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to see how, the money was being spent. And yes, I agree, he shouldn't be spending it unless he's needing it. So
Sounds
if he's
like he
not gonna
needs
be
it.
spending it, but he says he's gonna be spending it, okay? But when are you planning on moving us out of the second floor and over to Inverness, January 1st?
So January 1st was the date we talked to the city of Inverness about setting up the lease to start with a period of time for us to do some minor interior renovations to get it set up for the space for you. The city came back to us with their tenant that they have in their Department of Children and Families won't be prepared to move out until April 1st.
Oh, and are you gonna come back to us and tell us how much it's gonna cost per month for us to be there?
Absolutely. Once the lease is vetted by both.
Can
the
you
ci-
bring it back before that? Because I'd like to know what it's gonna cost per month before we agree to something where you come in and say, well, this is the lease, you pay it now.
I'm hoping that it comes back to you next month.
That would be very helpful, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Well, Carlton, that was part of the money. I was going to try to still give to you for road resurfacing. The other one, I don't know if it's going to fly with this board or not. There's $1 million in the CIP for Port Citrus to buy land, and I don't think we have community buy-in. I really don't. So I would be happy for that $1 million to be redirected. And then the rest were, you know, I asked a lot of questions today. If you saw some other ways or some things that maybe didn't have to be funded in this budget, it's smaller amounts. Those were the two big amounts that I thought maybe we could shift over. Still wanting that 1.3 million, and I was looking for 5 million extra to put in to add to that 15, so you would be at 20. That's kind of where I am. And then the library still, I feel like $1 million in 2 years. I don't know that they've grown that much, so I'm willing to do something with that also.
Commissioner Kennard?
All right, I'll give you an idea of where I'm at on all this. First of all, as we've stated in the past, my position is to hold the millage rate the same. I would like to see us hold the, go ahead and fund the constitutional officers at their requested amounts. Beyond that, every other department whose budget we control, I would like to see them take an equal percentage cut until we can get an amount of $5 or $6 million additional into road resurfacing. Now, what that percentage is, I don't know. I don't know if that's a 3% cut across the board in every department, a 5% cut, whatever that cut is. Each department makes their own cut, and then they can determine how they're going to spend their money. They can find it in their budget if they want an extra person, if they need additional, office supplies or whatever it might be. But an equal cut across the board in every department that we control those budgets until we can increase our road resurfacing budget an additional $5 million. I've asked in the past, and thank you for bringing it up today, when we were first told that there were roughly 120 new position requests, and I said at that time during a regular meeting, we need to have the directors come up here and justify those additional positions. Now, thankfully, the final number decreased significantly, and we heard, why they think those additional positions are necessary. That's fine. Fund them with what budget you're left over afterwards. The community wants to see us continue resurfacing roads. Cutting that budget at this time is not the appropriate action. I've also asked, and thankfully the constitutionals did it, I didn't see it in our other departmental budgets, that the large one-time purchases get pulled out separately so that we're still going to fund them, but that doesn't become part of their base budget that they work off of next year. One of the hard costs that I saw are larger purchases. I believe there's a $40,000 vehicle purchase in the library's budget. Well, now, next year's library budget will include that $40,000. Well, they don't have to replace that vehicle next year. That's just $40,000 that's already starting at the base. There was, I believe there was a large dump truck. Now, it's certainly maybe it might have been a public works. I was going to say out at the landfill, but there was a large dump truck purchase that, again, that was included in this year's budget, so that will be part of next year's base that they'll be working off of. So I don't have a problem with those one-time purchases, but I want to see them pulled out separately. Let's look at what the real budget number is, and then we can fund those one-time purchases, but next year, the base budget is going to start at what your real budget was, not your budget plus these larger purchases. So thank you for the constitutionals for pulling those out. Maybe it just wasn't clear in the past that I want all the departments set that number aside so that we can fund those things, but I don't want that to be part of the base for next year. So that's where I would be. As far as our meeting goes today, I would like to see us, I think we have to hold the millage rate the same. I wouldn't support, obviously wouldn't support increasing it all. But I do think that each of the departments need to take some degree of cut from their proposed budget and help us get our road resurfacing number back up to where, if we can't get it back to where it was this past year, we at least need to be somewhere between where we were the past 2 years. So that's where I'm at on it.
Question for him. Commissioner Finnegan? Thank you for that, Commissioner Kennard. Now, you're saying everyone take a cut from their proposed budget, but remember, some people proposed and asked for a lot more than other people. So I don't know if we need to maybe make the percentage of a cut based off their current budget and then see what it looks like, because I think some people tried to cut back as they were supposed to and some didn't. So if you say the proposed budget, some asked for the world. So they're like, oh, well, if I take a little bit off, it doesn't really affect me. I'm still getting more money. And others, they're like, well, I literally did that because you asked me to do it already.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
Commissioner Kennard, well said. And to your point, I think that's why we have a CEO. He can, it doesn't have to be the equal amount. We don't have to get into the weeds. I think all of us have stated at this point that we want to see the road resurfacing budget higher. If not quite to the 20 million mark, at least well above where it is now. And that's on you as the CEO. Figure it out.
Well, we got the ATM machines ordered, so we just have those. But they were cut, unfortunately, they were cut
And
out
if
of the
we're
budget.
getting consensus, maybe the 1.3 million, you didn't mention anything about that, to put in a reserve for the COPS grant? Where are you on that?
I would say, given that we're not going to raise the millage rate, given that this is the first meeting, I would say let's charge Steve and Tammy and Barbara, staff directors, with sharpening their pencils. Get our, for our second budget meeting, get our road resurfacing number where it needs to be, and then let's look for, understand that question's coming the next meeting. Mm-hmm. Let's look for where is that number gonna be? Where are we gonna pull that from? But I think given that this is our first meeting, we're setting the millage rate at the highest that it can possibly be. From here, we can carve down, but we certainly can't go up. So I think the objective of today is to deliver a message where the budget proposal fell short, what this board wants to see, and what we're expecting from that next meeting. So yes, I think at least my feeling is that this board is going to fully support the sheriff's budget, what he's proposed. We obviously supported him applying for the COPS grant. Now, given that we have voiced our support, we voted to support that, we have to make sure we're setting that money aside. If he does get it, here's what we have to have aside. If he doesn't get it, here's what we have to have set aside for maybe 15 officers or maybe 10 officers. You know, then we've at least got that money set aside. And so I think that's a discussion for the second budget meeting. But right now, I think we've charged them with going to, like I said, sharpen their pencils and get us to where we need to be on road resurfacing.
I concur.
I would like to add one thing in there, and I don't know what the board's feeling would be, but we had kind of asked everybody to keep their proposed salary increases to 2.5, which I think we've done. I think the clerk said she did that. I'm not sure where the other constitutional officers are, but the sheriff came in at 3%. And if we are going to fund the COPS grant with the 20 deputies, I think it would be at least a conversation to have if he could roll back his 3% increase to 2.5% so that we can get the 20 extra deputies and fund that. So just a conversation to have with him. If we're asking everybody to look, I think it's prudent that we ask everybody to look. I think that's where we've always fallen short. I think the Board of County Commissioners lets everybody, every other department, every other constitutional officer get what they want, and then we take the leftovers. And I think now we've got to balance this because we've not funded adequately over the years, and we've fallen short, and now we're trying to play catch up, and we're taking the heat for it, so. Commissioner Barrick.
I agree with Commissioner Kennard. I like the idea of doing the percentage after the thing. The sheriff, the 2.5%, I think he should also have to agree to the 2.5, because I'm sure he's gonna be able to find a little wiggle room. We do need to get that cops money, the grant money set aside, because we got the cops grant last time. I'm sure it's gonna slide right through. Hopefully we'll get 20, you know, and then we won't have to hear about increases in sheriff's officers for at least 5 years, which would really be nice. I do also feel that we need to eliminate the intergovernmental affairs manager and talk to our lobbyists and say, listen, we pay you so many dollars, and this is what we expect. We expect you to contact us on a weekly basis and tell us what's going on. Because that's what the position was supposed to be, to keep us informed of what's going on in Tallahassee, okay? As for the special projects, if we need a special projects person, maybe a special projects clerk, but there's no reason to be paying a manager's salary, okay? And I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. Those are two positions that I think need to be, you know, eliminated or cut down, because we need to cut somewhere. Other than that, I really do agree with going back to the, you know, staying at the same millage. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I would just ask, I'm prepared to make a motion here. Do we need the millage rates for general fund, transportation, so forth, all done separately? Or, okay.
Yes.
And I can do them in one motion? Okay.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before that motion is made, in the past, how we have done it, we've had the library motion already made. Don't we need to prepare the library motion before we do this motion?
The library was deferred to the board. So then the board is now gonna set the millage for
The library.
all of them.
We took the vote to reverse the,
Okay, I understand that, so you're not gonna have a
Yeah,
separate
but
motion for
they
the
read the
library?
millages and then they open it to the public.
Because nothing has been read
that?
into the record as far as what the library will be. So, like, all of
Yeah, it's
them
kinda
have
funny.
not been read into the record like previously. You read a few of them. So usually we go down all of them and read them into the record what they're going to be.
Right.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Ms. Wilson, I have a question. So I am inclined, I'm not sure what the board's thoughts are yet at this point. It sounds like we want to keep the millage the same for the general fund. I'm guessing transportation, health department. Library services was mentioned. So if I was proposing, if the board went along with it and I said rollback, so that same benefit, do you know what that is? Like could we vote on that today if that was? You would need a few minutes or you'd need a long time? Okay. I mean, we're gonna start probably rapidly making motions. Is anyone with me on that with the increase? I mean, that would at least save some. Fire, the MSBU's going up, but the millage rate obviously.
May I?
Commissioner Davis.
Are you proposing that you take the cash value of the rollback and then increase the general fund millage by that same amount specifically to go to roads?
I was just going to roll it back and that's it. I guess if that would be a board discussion, you know. I don't know where anyone else is on that. There's two ways to do that, right? Roll it back, give the taxpayers that savings, or, you know, would we need to?
I think we've been
roll that
playing
in.
catch up in too many areas. I think that we just leave the total millage the same. That's all I'm gonna support. But You know how much I love funding libraries. I have 2 librarians in my family.
So I love it too, but do you
So-
really think that
but for me-
they've
but
needed
for
$1
me-
million extra in 2 years?
But
I
for-
don't think so.
But for me to even entertain that thought is because of the road situation. And I would want to see their funding more, back to where they need to be everything they can be to help our
That's
community.
a separate
Right now
taxing
is not right.
district. You couldn't take it out of libraries and add it to transportation.
You
She's saying
can
increase,
take the
decrease the
cash
millage
value.
and then increase.
Yeah, you take the cash value of that and you increase the millage in the general fund by that cash amount specifically earmarked to roads. But I don't want this to be a reset the library budget and then underfund them forever. I'm open to the idea if it is a temporary thing to try to get through. That's a pretty big concession from me.
That is, I know. Let's see where everyone else is lying with it.
Well, here's, I guess, what I would say about it. I think Commissioner Kennard, I like his idea, and I think the idea about this is, as the train driver here, how the board feels. You can go back, you can work with Eric Head, the division director, make some cuts, figure out how we can roll that back, have some savings. I think we're here to set would be the maximum. We can always go down. I think your job is now the difficult part to, you kind of have your marching orders and you know what to bring back and where we're gonna fill in the gaps.
I always say somebody's got to go first, so we had to go first today. So administration has to go first. So as soon as you go first, it's wackadoodle. We understand that part. So we'll go back. We will have full direction. That's what's so important about today's meeting. So we have full direction. We heard Commissioner Kennard and all of you. Give us an opportunity to go back and see what we can do. And we'll do our best.
Madam Chair, this is, when we set these millage rates, they are individually accountable, correct? Not the total millage is.
Correct,
So
but
we-
it's the maximum that it can be. That's what we're working on
I
today.
understand
Then we
that,
can-
but is it individual or is it total? Because if we set the general fund at 6.9898, but then we turn around and cut the library services fund on the next meeting, we cannot go back and increase the 6.9898, even though the grand total is still 8.9249.
That's correct.
See, that's the sticky wicket.
You have to do that today.
Yeah, that's the sticky wicket. We would have to figure out that math, set 6.9898 artificially higher because maybe not. Let's put it this way, the total millage would be set artificially higher because it would be guaranteed that we would come back down to 8.9249 when all is said and done. But we will take a lot of political heat for increasing the general fund millage to put more money into roads.
Well, that's just to get you a yes. I'm okay with just decreasing it, and which it may be setting things the same, but if we do that for all of these, I'm telling you all right now, when we come back, I'm going to, Mr. Howard, I want to at least see the option of the budget rolled back. And that will be how I'm voting. If you all want to wait and see that first, or you want to go ahead and roll it back now, I'd be ready now.
I'm not ready to roll it back now. You may convince me in 2 months or whenever when it comes back. But we've just been underfunded in so many areas for so long, I'm really hesitant to do that.
Never there. I don't think ever there.
There's a lot more they could be doing.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion that we set the general fund millage rate at 6.9898, the transportation millage rate at 0.9860, the health department rate at 0.0564, the libraries at 0.3147, and fire at 0.5780.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Now we will open this up to the public.
Been here a long time.
Yeah.
Hi there, how are you?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is John Labriel. I'm from Inverness, and I would like to see the library budget reduced back to the rollback rate, because there's no way you can take the library money and put it into road resurfacing, as the chairwoman mentioned. So I think that one should be reduced to a reasonable level. And I just wanted to go over again what I started talking about this morning, which was the amount of money that's being spent on purchase of new books is that's just out of the $5.5 million library budget. It's over $300,000, $320,000 for just the line item to purchase new books, which amounts to 1,300 books per month. Now that's actually up $10,000 from the current year, and it's up by about 33% from just 2022 to 2023. And as you know, when books come in, there's only a limited amount of shelf space. So 1,300 books come in, 1,300 books get removed. So it's kind of a waste, clearly, and it doesn't make any sense to continue to force people to pay for junk coming in, good stuff probably leaving, and then junk coming in. But as you know, like a few years ago, we had the issue of the pornographic book that 1,300 books a month is not nearly enough. It's way too much for anyone to vet. And you're going to get books that come into the system that are like that, and nobody is able to even look at it because they're being purchased off of publishing lists. And so I would really like to see that budget reduced. And another item on the library budget is $3,000 are being spent annually for the subscription to this magazine called Book Page. There's a number of copies that are available in each and every library, and these magazines are like, they just heap a ton of scorn on conservatives. And if you look through these books, I mean, if you look through the books that are either promoted or just reviewed in this magazine, it's all left wing. There's nothing conservative. It's books that promote transgenderism, witchcraft, CRT. I'll just to give you an example from the current month. This is July 2025, and the big article is on The Decade of Big Dreams, which reviews a book by a lesbian who talks about abortion and LGBTQ, Black, Indigenous, POC books. She has a blog called BGD, which is dedicated to that particular issue. You have another book called Hot Girls with Balls, which is about transgender women. Anyway, if you could just eliminate that $3,000 in the library budget, it would go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing? Oh, hey there, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Zaveska. I live at 3633 North Wagon Point in Pine Ridge. I'm here to represent the 11,000 residents of Pine Ridge. I have a letter on file. 5 minutes, if you please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Earlier this week, you should have received a letter from our Pine Ridge Property Owners Association expressing our extreme concern with the drastic cuts in road resurfacing cuts. I'm really encouraged by the dialogue that's occurred today at the board and the guidance that you've given the staff to redress some of those drastic cuts. I'm going to beg some of your indulgence because I'm going to review some of the numbers. And the reason I'm going to do that is because our community is very sensitive to those numbers and wanted to make sure that we expressed some of those concerns with you. According to the All About Roads presentation, the estimated annual cost to maintain our roads at an acceptable level is expected to exceed $40 million a year. $40 million a year to break even. The 2026 proposed budget has a little over $12 million in it. $12 million is only about 30% of what's required to break even. If we compare that $12 million to what we plan to spend in 2026, what's currently approved in the capital improvement projects for 2026, it's about 19.5, not quite 19.5 on that one. So that's 37% less than that. If we compare that $12 million that's proposed in 2026 to the $18 million or so, a little over $18 million in the current year budget, that's a 35% cut. We don't understand that radical cut in there. And we are very encouraged to hear the guidance that you've given to get that back up to exceed, to match or exceed the level spent in 2025. Our roads are in terrible shape. It's not of your making, it's something you guys inherited. Decades of neglect, decades. It took us decades to get into this hole. Unfortunately, the proposed budget doesn't get there. You've made some guidance to make those corrections. Again, we're encouraged by that. But until it is in the budget, is where it has to happen. And we look forward to seeing the revisions and the guidance take effect in the budget as we move into the future. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your attention to road resurfacing.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan?
Hey, Mark, you were saying 12 million, but in this proposed budget, before the board directed our administrator to find another 5 million from, it was 15 million. So the total at the next budget hearing should actually be 20 million for the proposed budget.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. My name is Henry Utterly, homeowner in Inverness. A few months ago, I decided to retire from a blue-collar job, and I'm hoping to continue living here. And I would like to see the library budget reduced. That seems to be a little bit excessive. 1,300 books to be cycled every month seems to be a big waste. And I appreciate every effort here to cut as much as you possibly can. I really don't want to go back to work again. I'm hoping my pension and my savings will carry me through. So whatever you can do, I appreciate it very much. And I'm not speaking alone. I'm not unique. There's plenty of us out there in the same boat. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So, we're asking the county to sacrifice. Nobody's used that word, but that's what we're asking for. Well, the taxpayers have been sacrificing for years. The burden has been going up on citizens in this country, in this county, constantly, nonstop. And we have to draw a line. We have to ask the county to do the same. You know, I'm just hearing now about this building being remodeled. Now, I understand keeping the envelope good, keeping the roof good, keeping it dry is good, but, you know, this building, this room looks great. There's a lot of people in this county that can't re-roof their house. They've got tarps on their roofs. They've got patches. They can't paint their house. So we got to keep that in mind. It's, I agree that we have to hold steady or roll back. I think that, I do want to bring up the library system. 1,300 books a month, okay? That comes to 13 new books per day per branch, okay? So we're paying $20, approximately $20 for a new book. The old book, another book gets thrown out, and it's about, you get 25 cents for that, if anything. And now let's talk about the staff. The staff that it takes to remove 13 books from the shelf and put 13 new books on each and every weekday is, well, I don't know what it is, but you know, maybe they could get rid of a few staff members if all these books aren't constantly being exchanged. I understand books need to be brought in, but really 13 new books every day at every branch is a bit ridiculous, I think. So, also the magazine that John had mentioned, Book Page, I've picked up 2 copies and read it, and it really is. It's California values. It's not Citrus County values. It's offensive, actually, to read it.
Before you leave, we need your name and address for the record.
Okay.
Although we know who you
Sorry
are.
about that. Mike O'Connell. I live in Floral City. And I'd also like to commend 3 of you tax hawks who really listen to the constituents, and I appreciate that very much. I'm a constituent. There's a lot of people, unlike me, that are raising families, and it's a struggle. So this, I've heard $40 mentioned. That's 2 pair of sneakers for your kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms.
Mr. O'Connell, I just want everyone to have good information. The building, it's not just that we want to renovate it, it's because the judges don't have enough courtroom space. So the answer that we could stop all this if people would stop needing to go to court. That's the only way we can stop the renovation. They are busting out at the seams. So it's not just like we're trying to make things look better. It's upstairs. There's just not enough courtroom space, not enough room for the judges. Thank you for your input.
Is there anyone else? Is that it? We're going to close open to the public. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further board comment? Commissioner Davis.
No, I'm ready for the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next is a motion to approve and authorize the staff to execute the certification of the taxable value DR 420 maximum levy calculation preliminary disclosure DR 420 MM-Ps and tax increment adjustment worksheets DR 420 TIFs for fiscal year 2025-2026 via electronic format e-trim.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Staff, do you have anything further?
I'd like to remind you of important dates. August 4th, we'll have the last day to provide this certificate of proposed millage to the property appraiser. Mid-August, the trim notices will be mailed. September 11th, you will have your another tentative budget hearing, and September 23rd will be your final budget hearing. Just want to remind you of those dates.
Mr. Howard, do you have any further words of wisdom for us?
The light at the end of the tunnel's been cut off due to budget constraints. We're going to continue to work hard, and staff have a lot of confidence in them, and we'll do our very best when we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.